Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are continuing week 3 of our 3v3v3 game here. We have everyone in, we're about ready to draft, and we have kind of the power rankings, except these aren't up-to-date power rankings. Oh no. Why don't we... I am underprepared. We had a little bit of a fiasco. Let me just quickly screenshot the new power rankings as they stand, which I think is going to be a little bit better in week 3 here, and we will change this picture to reflect the new power rankings, because we just need to browse and choose a new one. End of the world. But we are continuing 3v3v3 here. These are the new power rankings. We are about ready to draft. The teams all have their draft assignments. They are on strawberry, vanilla, and... Oh, Diplo is out? What is the Diplo chat? Oh, is it because I minimized it? Yikes. Can't do that. Cannot minimize. Alright. That's so stream doesn't see. Of course, stream still sees it anyways. Oh no. And we are here. Yo, yo, yo. And I will let the teams know that they can start drafting. You can start drafting. And we are going to talk about draft picks. So we are doing a new draft order where instead of doing first pick, second pick, or second team, third team, third team, where team 1 gets first, 7th, and 8th, team 2 gets 2nd, 3rd, and 9th, and team 3 gets 4th through 6th. Instead, we are doing team 1 gets 1st, 5th, 9th, team 2 gets 2nd, 6th, 7th, and team 3 gets 3rd, 4th, 8th. And so this is the new state of affairs regarding the draft, and so we have here kind of what I think are the new power rankings, but there's been like kind of a little bit of movement in the Discord in terms of what the strategy looks like. How's it going, Mario and Nike's fan? So what's changed a little bit is people are starting to understand regime change a little bit better, and better than I understood it. It seems that you actually have a decent amount of agency in determining what you will enforce based on who's in your government, this sort of... I will let Strawberry know. Strawberry leads with an Austria pick. Wild. Was not expecting that. So I was not expecting that at all. Austria has underperformed so far in general, and so to see them lead with Austria is a bit exciting. So Austria, I think, has a lot of agency in that they can kind of help Prussia to do well in that sort of sense, but we haven't seen this strategy really pan out very well, and in the last few games, but it's important to note that there just is a general kind of situation where, you know, player skill is something that's going to vary greatly from game to game. We get a second pick of France from Team 2, and so they will be picking that up. France, I still think, is the strongest. Notably, they have the strongest military at the start of the game. Austria's military is no slouch, but they don't start out with like the most advanced tech, and they are kind of behind on that front as well. And so we are just going to be entering stuff into our spreadsheet as we talk. We see a Russia draft from Team 3 here. So one nice thing about this draft is it does go 1, 2, 3, the first pick, the second pick, the third pick. And so this Russia pick is, I think, kind of appropriate. I think people are sleeping on Great Qing. I also think people are scared of playing Great Qing, mainly because Great Qing is in a situation where it is... they have enormous growth potential. We've seen so far just be like enormous potential for growth, but also every player is kind of starting to realize this growth potential, and they just want to go after Great Qing at the very start of the game. What's up, 1122? You must be happy today, given the Wagner movements. So we have a Team USA pick, and so Russia-USA together is particularly powerful. I actually really like this combo a lot. We haven't seen it too much. USA can siphon off Russia's pops, and they might have a little bit of a special strategy regarding regime change. Oh, thank you, Syrian. Thank you for the 5. Who are you rooting for? Do you have any skin in this game? Yankees fan, that makes sense. Not your Nikes. Your Nikes. Get out of here. Forget about it. So, Russia, USA in particular is a nice looking team block because USA can accept the Russian pops pretty easily, can help facilitate their migration early on, and Russia has an abundance of pops. They are the most populous, kind of nation in the game that has European pops, and so we'll see what's going on. Oh, it's a great day here. I thought you said, I hope you're having a great day. I read it wrong. Yeah, it is a great day. For those of you who aren't aware, 1122 lives in Ukraine, and currently the Wagner Group is moving against Putin in what looks like a Russian civil war. So that's news. That's also why I stayed up late, which is why I'm a little tired. Let's tell which team is on the clock. Team 1 is on the clock, and they take Prussia here. Okay. So Team 1 takes Prussia. Is that Team 1, though? Oh, wait a second here. Are you guys on the right channels? We might have a bit of a situation. Seems like people might be in the wrong channels. So far we have Team 1 with Austria, Team 2 with France, and Team 3 with Russia, USA, with Team... oh no. Alright, well, I'm gonna assume that they got the draft order right. And things are doing okay. And so we have 2 picks in a row for East India Company and the UK. And we have these on picks on teams 1 and 2. So we have, So we have Prussia for team 1. So we have Austria-Prussia block again on team 1. Okay. We will put that in. Austria-Prussia block. Which I am surprised to see, again, they have so far kind of had a little bit of struggles, and so I was thinking that maybe we would not see it picked so early, but people are kind of bullish on being able to execute the strategy, and so we have Team 1 now has Austria and Prussia, and Team 2 has picked up the UK East India Company and France. That is a scary team. That is a scary team indeed. I think that looks pretty strong. So we have UK East India Company for them, for Team 2, and France. And so Team 2 is locked in all the way, assuming everyone is drafting in the correct thing. We did change up the draft order. It is no longer 1-2-2, 3-3-3, 1-1-2. Now it is something else. It is, instead, Team 1 gets 1, 5, and 9. They have yet to draft their final teammate. I'm guessing they might go for a Sweden and look for Austria, Prussia, Sweden. Just kind of all in on the unification idea and this sort of thing. Rostov and Vrojnov is liberated, and that's always good to hear. And so we are waiting on... If everyone is kind of knows what their spot is, we are waiting on Team 3 to draft and fill out their team, which is Russia, USA, currently, as long as everyone's understood the draft, which they might be discussing right now. I don't think there's too much discussion to be had, though, because the 8th place team is notably, in my opinion, kind of obvious. Wait. I'm confused. Xing went in 8th place? We are going to have Russia, USA, Xing? That is insanity. I think Xing might be first pick, by the way. This is an interesting draft. I don't know who's... So, Team 3 goes with Spain, it looks like. And Austria, Prussia are going to get China? What? Oh, this is insane. China's just being 9th picked. Do these guys know something I don't? They really just went Russia. Wow, that is... we will see how that plays out. I think Qing is really good. I think even if you kneecap them at the start, they have enormous growth potential, but they might just be afraid of the negative growth potential of Qing, and so they're dodging it. Can we see the teams on the screen? Let's see if we can do... Let's see if I can make this to be the correct teams, so we could kind of have it. We have currently Austria-Prussia on Team 1. And then waiting on their last pick, we have France, UK, EIC. And then in Team 3, we have Russia, USA, Spain. And then we will go back to the Diplo with the power rankings. Team 1 is on the clock. What? They don't pick China? They don't pick China? What is this? They go Ottomans. Okay. Just to clarify, just to be clear, we have no Great Qing drafted. I guess people are really spooked. This is something we discussed at the very start here, but we are seeing Ottomans kind of go, and so we are going to just put this in the chat so that they can see, because there was some confusion over the past 2 games regarding, you know, who was on what team and this sort of thing. But yeah, this is insane that there's not a Qing. Qing goes undrafted here. Very, very wild. I don't know what to think of this. I mean, we will put that in there, but I don't know what to make of this. No Qing draft. You're surprised that there's been no risky Japan picks? Their prestige instantly minor and pop themselves to an ally market is kind of strat. I think Japan is maybe an okay pick, but it's just like not quite there. But I think Kebab makes a lot of sense. This is going to be a 3-team dogpile on China for land day 1. Yeah, I think they're going to fight for over Beijing, probably. Is everyone ready? Is kind of I'm just in shock. I don't know. I think that I think that not drafting Qing is a mistake. And that they go undrafted, to me, just kind of is evident that people are really spooked by, you know, we have to select Go Beer ourselves. Everyone is just really afraid of getting absolutely shellacked at game opening. So I have said that we will give them a 5-minute timer. 2 minutes was not a lot of time. And so we will kind of get in on doing that, or prepare that. Of course, it will be the timer. I don't know why the timer is so loud for the stream, but it is. But this is the timer I have. Alright, we're going to get in game. Alright, I think every team understands what's going on. Even though I didn't get a reaction from one person from each team, I'm gonna let them know that I am starting the 5-minute timer. We are going to play till 1:15 PST. That is the plan, and that's why things will go. But yeah, this draft, I don't even know exactly what to make of all of it. Kind of will let the Diplo just kind of sit by, and we will consult the chat exactly what is going on and how people think, you know, what people think of these things. High-tech countries is good too, but the Ottomans is not one of them. But I understand the Ottomans pick, because they're going for, like, the line, you know, where you have the Austria, you have this, like, line of what's going on, but, let's get the poll going. Just, I'm so I'm so surprised at what's going on here with the Qing being left on the table. How do I start? Oh, I may not in here. I'm not in here as Generalist Gaming. That's a problem. So I can't start a poll. Hopefully that doesn't brick the chat to the side. And hopefully now that doesn't brick the chat. It doesn't look like it did. And we can make a poll. So who won the draft? I don't know what to make of this. The not picking of China. I think that that's a mistake, but I certainly understand it. I think that they just decided they didn't want to deal with the hassle. And it's I don't know. That hassle is a 150 million GDP. So there's currently no negotiations going on in chat. People are just doing pre-game actions, so they're not starting anything in regards to anything like that. The scoring, by the way, will be a composite of both nominal GDP growth, slightly favoring nominal GDP growth, and percentage GDP growth. And so this is going to be how the game gets scored. Let's open up the chat. It's opium wars all over again. They're picking low GDP countries so they win with the GDP percentage growth. This is what it appears to be, but also like China has been able to, you know, have like 160, 170% GDP growth picking, and so yeah, what's up with the Ukraine release? I have no idea what's up with that. I mean, well, currently as we speak, the leader of the Wagner Group is marching, like IRL, is marching on Moscow, so that might be a show of solidarity with the Ukrainian people, tanking your GDP at game start, or choosing to play as a free Ukraine. This is a little bit wild. Let's see if anyone's saying anything at the Diplo, which I minimized because I'm not the biggest brain ever. I don't know what to make of it. Certainly, this probably affects people's picks in regards to who they think is kind of doing well. Ukraine in the I don't know what's going on with the Ukraine release. This makes Russia a significantly worse pick. It also immediately lowers your GDP, although we might just give them the benefit of we'll remember this 23.1 million number, and I still need to think about, we might score them based on this being their starting GDP, which it's not, but if they want to release a few free Ukraine, I'm not sure I can object to it. But this is just a chaotic start. We see there is a war between Ottomans and Austrians. Now, they are teammates, so it is going to be interesting to see exactly what this war is for. They are banning slavery in the Ottoman Empire, so that makes sense. And we see a war between Ukraine and Russia for return Kuban. Wait, what? I do not know what's going on. What? I don't understand, like, at all, what's going on. This from a gameplay perspective, this does not make sense to me, unless they are, trying to get, Ukrainian borders that are, I don't know what this is. Someone is memeing, but we are gonna let them know that we're starting in 3 seconds either way. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them. Releasing an enormous percentage of their starting economy. That is around, 40% of their starting economy. We might give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit and score their start, on a different basis. We have the Great Hunger ourselves. We will finish up this draft situation, and we will look to see what the wars are. Yeah, there's no Diplo going on between these guys. We will go and see, end the poll. You guys said Team 2 you thought won the draft with France, UK, East India Company. I'm inclined to agree, especially after Ukraine has been released. I don't know how I feel about that. Team 1 does have the plan for unifying Germany, and Team 3 is on USA, Russia without Ukraine, and, Spain, which Spain seems fine. Spain, I've been keen to see what Spain can do. I've been ranking them number 9th, and I haven't been able to see what they are doing. Why is Russia releasing countries? Well, they only released one, and the answer is I have no idea, but it might have to do with ongoing events. Currently, today, the Wagner military group, led by Prigozhin, is staging a coup in Russia. So this might be someone who says the ends justify the means. I don't care if it takes my team. I'm releasing Ukraine. Ukraine will be sovereign, but then they're invading Ukraine, so I don't know. But just for this, I think. Note, they want to return... What is this? Okay, I'm going to jump into their team and try and figure out what is going on. And also, hopefully... So, are you guys Russia, USA, Spain?
No.
You're in the wrong chat.
No, we are not.
Okay.
I kind of went with why it was organized in multiplayer game announcements, and Team Supply was at the bottom, so I consider we are Team 3.
Hold on one second, I gotta let this puppy do it.
Okay, yeah, we need to switch teams then.
Right.
We're getting everyone in the right, for the
Oh yeah,
for the
sorry,
stream.
that was my bad.
No.
So we go to Team 1 chat?
Let's move to negotiations first so we don't overlap.
Alright. Nope, this is paused by me. Swap to the right voice channels, please. Do not unpause my pause. But yeah, this is, IRL, they released, yeah, they will starve without it. Poland, Lithuania is also released. Are they? But they're released as sub... Oh, they are released. I don't know what this is about. I'm so confused. Maybe Russia wants Black Sea access. They have it over there. They released Poland as well. I don't know what this is about. Is this... This is some kind of five-hat strategy. I don't know, but... Then they're conquering the territory back. I'm also very deeply confused as to what's going on. I'm waiting to see everyone swap to the correct voice channels. It looks like they are. And now I'm going to unpause and inquire as to what's going on with the Russia affair. Alright. Unpausing. And also, alright, well, someone else unpaused. So, just out of curiosity, what's going on with the Ukraine situation?
Nothing's going on with the Ukraine. They were going to release him anyway, so I had to release him.
They were going to release...
I thought he would be my puppet, but he's a major power, so he got immediately released under my puppet.
So, but why are you releasing countries? I'm just curious.
Oh, why am I releasing countries? Oh,
Yeah.
because they're going to try it anyway. So if I release them, then they are they're my puppets. Where if they release them, they're independent. I didn't realize Ukraine would become a major power immediately.
Got it.
And
And so, did one of the teams say that they were going to release off of you?
I'm playing against a team of Austria and Prussia. I'm pretty sure it was going to happen anyway.
All right. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Ukraine was unexpected, but Poland and Lithuania was my intention.
Got it. All right. Well, there we have it. It was a preemptive Diplo release. I don't know if it's trolling. Well, I understand the logic now that he said it, but I think you just, I think you're just supposed to release. No politics in this game? Well, We have Russia releasing Ukraine, so there's not much I can do about that. Is this so Prussia and Austria are not bordering them? I suspected that might be the case, so they don't share a border with either one of them, for some sort of weird other, like, type of reason, but, yeah. Well, let's look what's... Yep, so they are choosing to carve up the U.S., one piece at a time. France has gotten the best of it, taking Beijing and Shaanxi. France is notably on a team with USA, who has taken a southern portion. Notably, this is probably a decent take. I think I would have gone after Jiangxi, which has the highest GDP and pop, over Guangxi, but it does make sense if he's trying to snake his way towards the opium over here. And I think one of these has a level 23 logging camp, so that is interesting as well. Let's just kind of go through each of the teams' kind of wars going on. Austria is fighting Ossa. Don't know about that. Where is Ossa even? They're down here. So I don't know why people really like expanding into Ethiopia, but I've seen it a few times. Prussia does not have a war in regards to Team 2 or Team 1, and the Kebab is... I'm surprised to see no one go for Persia. Kebab could definitely go for Persia. We did see last week a little bit of a debacle, and so East India Company has been released, probably at a request. Let's take a look at the Diplo. Red Wolf, let's talk. Joey is from Team... Let's take a look at whose team is talking. Teams 1 and 2 are talking here. And so I don't think... yeah, so Team 2 is a UK East India Company. I wonder why they released initially. I think this release is bad, because they're on the same team, and paying up to the UK is not a big deal. It does pump up the UK player. Maybe the idea is it's harder to kneecap the East India Company player, but this is going to create a bunch of turmoil, which does make, you know, for some issues. We'll just overlay the score so everyone knows who's on what team, and then we will have a look and see what people are doing in the negotiation and see what this is about. So what is this about concerning?
He's just trying to talk.
No. So I just wanted to see if the UK team know what was happening to China, because our team is just like, what the hell just happened?
With your team, what happened?
No, with China.
Well, it looks like everyone's taking a bite.
No, well, I know, but there was no war declared for it, though.
There was no war declared?
No.
What do you mean?
Was there a war declared? It happened so quick. Was there really a war? Did they just...
They might have just backed down.
Sway? Yeah, they might have just backed down. Well, either way, they're winning right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's game of carving up China because no one picked them, which is insane. But
yeah, I guess it is going to be that game.
So that seems to be the texture of this game at the start, which is going to be a lot different. I'm uncertain how we should treat Russia's GDP, considering they started and released a whole bunch, and they're still a pariah, and their GDP's down 12 million. I think they could have waited. I understand the logic, where they would rather have someone as a subject than have them released and not be a subject, but you haven't gotten enforced on yet, you know what I mean? Looks like Kebab might be triggering revolution in order to brick Tanzimat, which did work a week and a half ago, but someone has told me it has since been patched. It's not a bug or a misclick. It is what I think is just not a good strategy. They released Ukraine as a subject with the idea that they thought Prussia and Austria would go after them. But I think that Russia, USA, Spain is probably stronger militarily than that three-man block. Maybe it's not. But I don't think they have much interest in a PvP war, because when you have two teams go PvP, I think it is particularly bad for you. And now also, Russia's already a pariah. And so Russia can be cut down to size later. And so this, I think that this is particularly bad for Team 3, but we might score it differently. We have 21 billion written down, or 21 million. We might score them as having started from 21 million, because they did release everyone before unpause, which I think would be a little bit of a generous move that's maybe not quite fair, but also everyone's kind of coming in to this game with different levels and different ideas, and so maybe it's a little bit of generosity is okay. France and USA are on different teams? Yes, they are. And it looks like, I mean, the carving up of Qing will continue. The scramble for China has begun. Basically, China is just getting shellacked, and it looks like people are taking big chunks of infamy as well. The USA is a pariah here. I am guessing no one has done the infamy reset trick. I've talked about this the past 2 streams. USA is now going for Mexico, but you can reset infamy. UK appears to have day 1 gone for Brazil. Now, if Brazil gets upgraded to a major power, and this is a puppet Brazil play, this will brick the play. So you do have to go for it, yeah. So this is one of the problems. You have to really go for it on game start and prevent them from pushing in. But otherwise, it is a really good expansion plan. But this is madness to me. USA is cutting off the Great Qing market. They are trying to seize the most valuable province in the game. Actually, like the most... Oh, you were right. I always forget that the Qing market is centered in Guangdong and around Macau, and not the rest. And you know what's crazy, though? This doesn't, like... so much of their eco is just sub-farms that it doesn't really brick their eco. But it does break their government administration, their ability to tax. This is the move you make in single player, or this is a move. I make this move. This is the move I make all day. But this is yeah. Someone asked for France's GDP. It's 45 million, up from, I think the start is 28 million, something like this. So nearly double. This is the scramble for China. Everyone's a pariah. I'm expecting to see a lot of cut down to size CBs. Yeah, I mean, but this is my preferred path of ingress into China, because this is the most valuable state in the game. Not pictured are 30 units of oil, you have the arable land, and you even have a positive modifier here for agriculture throughput. And Beijing, you of course get the Forbidden City, which is extraordinarily valuable because of both the authority and, yeah. We better see Secret Spain carry. Spain can enforce on Qing, so I'm a little surprised to not see them go for Qing at the very start. I think they have just played nice and not accrued any infamy yet currently. You know, if we just take a look at the world infamy, the scramble for China is real. All right, how real is it though? So Russia's part of it, but Russia's kind of introduced themselves to a little bit of a problem with this Ukraine release debacle. Is they're already a pariah at 154, so they can get cut down to size, which will release this and whatever they're demanding in this war here, which I'm assuming is... I don't like this take. I think you just take more land. Outer Manchuria is good because it has gold, but these are... You're taking lands that are here. The really valuable lands are here. And so I prefer going for that. But, Ottomans? This is probably intentional. Oh, maybe it's not. Let's see who's on what side. So I don't know which one the player is playing as, whether they're playing as the Aristocratic Revolt or the Annex the Ottomans. I hope they're playing as the Ottomans and they're not just getting annexed, because that would be a tough way to go. But I believe you can brick, or I'm not sure if you can brick Tanzimat. I tried it like a week ago, and it works. If you can brick Tanzimat by revving and swapping sides. But they've said that they've since fixed it, and we are on 1.3.4, and not on 1.3.3, so this might be fixed and no longer operating like that. We forgot to set our tech. Of course, we will just research at the very start of the game. We're just going to go for analytic philosophy here. How much GDP? We already answered that. That war goal won't clear Generalist. They're for Brazil. So, if Brazil has 2 revs at the start. If they finish or 2 wars at the start, if they annex the people, they become a major power, which makes them ineligible, which bricks the war goal, which is the unfortunate situation for the UK here. I did put Brazil as potentially really good as my early expansion spot, but I think that I was not aware that they get upgraded to major power just off this war alone, and this is what happened. So I do have that in the corrections as the video, I think. But what is the best province to establish capital for Great Qing? So the best province, from a population perspective, is Jiangxi. It is the most populous province in the entire game, if I recall correctly. It has 24 million, and the other one might be... Yeah, so it is the most populous on game start. But the one that's like deepest in here that has Han as a primary culture, I think, is Niangxia. So this is the safest one. So for the purpose of PvP, this is probably the way. It looks like Austria is in here too, and that's Russia. But let's just take a look at what Austria's war is. They want to conquer Shandong, and they want war reps and Qing market. Very modest claim. This is probably modest because they are trying to stay under 25 infamy, because that is going to be an essential element of them being able to form, the North German Fed. We see a pause and an unpause. It's a happy accident. But yeah, so to answer your question, for the purpose of 3v3 PvP, Niangxia is probably best, and for the purpose of single player, Jiangxi is probably best. I think you could still win the Opium War. I know there's a trick to bricking it that involves like declaring war on Portugal in order to get a truce with the UK, something like this, and just not worrying about it. Yeah, what is this? What has happened here? The East India Company, which is not on USA's team, has in fact taken Mexico. So let's take a look. There is not anything in the Diplo chat concerning this, but this is concerning at the very least to me. This game is out of control. No one drafted Great Qing. Russia released Ukraine. Nothing I feel that I knew about this format is now things. Now they're carving up Japan, which seems fine. I guess, I don't know why you wouldn't go for Qing over this, especially as UK, but okay, this seems fine enough. The reason why UK would want to go for Qing is because they have a journal entry to complete, right? So, independent East India Company was unexpected. It was unexpected because they were on the same team, and being released does... I thought it created a bunch of turmoil. If not turmoil, it creates a lot of radicals. And the radicals create turmoil. And so this is a bit of a problem. Look at our people, they're starving to death. We'll build a farm. Terrible. So this is just a very interesting Mongolian state has been released. I don't know about releasing states when you already have 150 infamy. I think you... At this point, you're going to the moon, right? Because it's like a light switch. You could either be cut down to size or you can't. And I think once you're past that point, you're past the point of no return, you know? And you just keep pumping. You just keep going for it. So you use the push and pray method. Just try and push past all the important stuff. So we also have a pariah from France. Yeah, everyone is being real naughty. And so I'm expecting a lot of cut down to size this time, which is not what we have seen. What's that USA flag? What is it indeed? The United States of America, baby. The super flag heavy one. Let's take a look at their politics. It's presidential republic, but it might be because they're an autocracy now. That was a little unexpected. I don't think we saw anyone regime change, which was something that was being discussed. God, this is so ugly. There was something that was being discussed in the chat, or in the chatter in the stream. Why don't we keep an eye on the Diplo here? You can, like, regime change, Russia pretty easily off of, serfdom, for example, and you just have one of your teammates regime change. We also didn't see any infamy resets, so everyone's just blasting here is what I'm saying. Like, so this means whoever's out in the lead is going to get cut down to size and really uber shellacked. This isn't piss, this is Red Bull. you feel like Russia players being affected by nerfs. This is possible. Another thing is this is community games. It's first come, first serve. It's not like there is any sort of... And anyone is free to play. Next week, in order to join, I think the Discord should be in the link below. And I know what you might be saying. Generalist, it's not here. And I'm not sure if it's there or not, which is exactly my point. In either case, it should be there. But you just need to go into there and say, and my axe in the LFG section, and you will be signed up for next week. Of course, week 1 was, I will take the ring to Mordor. Week 2 was, you will have my sword. Week 3, which is this week, and my bow. And of course, the last one we need is, and my axe. Or maybe the last one's Gondor. We'll see it done. We see, yeah. But I don't know. I mean, they're recovering a decent amount on their GDP. You know, it's not incoherent to just say, I don't want any fronts with these guys, or this sort of thing. Well, I mean, I still don't think it's good. Someone has finally gone after the Sikh Empire, and it is Russia. East India Company might not like that. This is, other than the Chinese provinces, this is kind of the most valuable province to take in the game in terms of boosting your GDP, which is what the players are playing to. They are playing to having the highest GDP possible, and so a huge chunk of this will be what they've taken from them. I don't think they realize that Jiangxi is the most valuable in terms of GDP, but maybe they do. Who knows? Man, the Great Qing is just carved up. They are going to be almost non-existent in this game. I wonder if anyone is planning on doing revolutions to reset infamy so they can't be cut down to size, so they can't lose all the territory that they've gained, you know, in China. I have to sorry about that. Kanto is now claimed by the Japanese shogunate. Absolutely wild. So this is a new feature of 1.3.4. It tells you when people have claims. And all these claims are now present because France has done this. And France's GDP is probably hulkin' huge. Yeah, they've taken Qing provinces and Japanese provinces, and they are just going for it, baby. Let's see if they've moved their capital. They've not moved their capital. This is a bit risky. We might see some cut down to size shenanigans. They probably should move it to like Alsace-Lorraine or Franche-Comté. Just bury it really deep so that you won't get enforced on and have to release all this cheddar. But yeah, I mean, this is madness that is unfolding here. He'd still have fronts though. They're puppets. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, the gears are trying to turn in a way to explain the Russia play, but they're just the gears are turning, but no one's home. I think that he felt that Prussia and Austria were going to declare war on him, and this prevents the war. But what Prussia and Austria, what the players really care about is just this number. And if it's too big, then you get bopped. I think is the way to play, because that is the way the scoring is done. We can maybe take our first score right now, or start taking our first score. But this game is absolutely wild. Everyone has like hundreds of infamy. No one's chilling. Everyone's got 0 chill. Let's overlay the score. We will update this here in real time. But Austria, is that a player war? No, they're going after Italy. I think this is the plan so that once you form Giga Germany, Austria gains all the infamy. They go after Italy, they conquer all of Italy, and then when you form Giga Germany, you just release Italy, and your teammate plays as Italy. This game is going to be, yeah, it is chaotic. This is madness. But they're at 28.2. Up from a start of 21. Also notably, when Qing doesn't get drafted, suddenly the people who can enforce on Qing with great ease become a lot better. So we have 28.1 as the new score for them. And then let's take a look at Prussia, who starts at 12.1 mil, and they're to 12.8. So a little bit of modest growth. And then Kebab starts at 13.5. Let's take a look at what they're at. They are at 16. So for one of the bigger growth percentages on their team, Let's have that here. 16 milli, big nice. France, from 28 million, is up to 54.3. And they are succeeding in really, they've nearly doubled their GDP in this short time period. See very small growth from Great Britain, up to 37.3. So for a gain of, I think, just over 1 million. East India Company, they did get the Bricked War, though, which is unfortunate for them, but that's even with taking this, so I don't know what that's about. East India, oh, it's because they released the EIC. That makes sense. Okay, East India Company is up from 51 million to 57.8 million. So for a modest gain of around 11%. And then finally we have Russia, which we don't really know how we want to put as their start, but they are down to 32.5 million from their releases early on, which is down about 15%. Still not sure whether we want to score them based on their real start or their release start. I feel a little bit bad about it. I don't think that was the correct move, but here we have it. USA has also nearly doubled GDP, largely from taking Qing provinces. They're up to 32.7 million. And Spain, I think, has just been chilling. They're still at... Oh, they took a little infamy somewhere. Don't know where that was. Are they involved in a war? They're not involved in a play. But they are up to 11.5 million for a decent gain from their start of... whatever, 0.6. And so we have teams, France, UK, East India Company is out in front in regards to specifically the nominal growth, quite a lot. But in terms of percentage growth, they're also out in front. Things look pretty tight for the other two teams, though. But I will be expecting to see some type of, well, let's post this in the Diplo. I will be expecting to see some kind of play, especially because the other two teams are so close in power level. I will be expecting to see a little bit of a shellacking from them, or on them, this sort of thing. Sikh Empire claims Kashmir, as it does. And let's open back up everything here. Yeah, Russia players, I mean, like, they might be infected by nerves, they're puppets, the game is chaotic. Does regime change work now? Is completely broken when you tried it in 1.1? It appears to work. There was a lot of testing going on in the Discord. People were screenshotting some crazy stuff, like tenant farmers and proportional taxation getting enforced on Russia, stuff like this. Poll for how to score Russia. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking we're going to do. We're going to do a poll to how to score Russia. Excellent idea. Poll on whether or not we're going to have a poll on how to score Russia. That's the real play, right? That way we get to have 2 polls. And we'll see. This is not necessarily binding. If it's close, I will do what I think is best. If it's not close, I'll probably do what the chat demands. Also, I think that they were kind of a last-minute addition that came in from their friend, and so not necessarily someone who has been kind of watching what's been going on. And so, you know, I think that in the spirit of... This is competitive, but it's also, like, community games, so, like, I'm not trying to be harsh. I want it to be fun. I just want it to be the parameters of the game to be everyone's playing for GDP growth. You know, and everyone's trying to play well, but I don't want it to be super cutthroat. We do see someone go after Chile. Oh no, wait, that's just normal Chile colors. I thought, you know, the East India Company had gone after them. It looks like East India Company's picking up Nepal. Oh, and it looks like maybe some agreement was made, because they ended up getting Punjab. Maybe Russia just took a little bit. I'm not sure. Oh, he says he released, he chose the GDP loss? Alright, fair enough. You heard it from him. He chose the GDP loss. He was, and that seems to be what everyone in chat thinks as well. So, yeah. What's the standard of living, whether standard of living... Oh my god, my brain. Whether the standard of living depends solely on the price of market or something else. Well, generally, it depends on what people are being paid, what wages look like, and it also depends on the prices of things in the market. Because if we take a look at standard of living here, we see that our people are starving to death because all the stuff that they're buying is really expensive and their income is low. So it's a cross-section of the two. They need to get their needs. They are also getting taxed. And so... You know, so if you have a lot of taxes, then you can't pay as much for your needs, and so you run a deficit and your standard of living decreases. If you can pay for more than 100% of your needs, then your standard of living will go up, and if you can pay for less than it will go down. So, oh my god, my brain. If you... They need 103% of their income in order to cover their needs for their current standard of living. Since they can't, the standard of living will go down. Does that make sense? I explained it really poorly there. But they have a pie. This is 100% of their income. They're also paying income taxes and poll taxes for another 10%, and in order to maintain the same standard of living, they need another 103%, but that's like 120% of their income, so they would either need more income or they need all the goods prices to drop so that this would be cheaper in order to float their needs. You notice all the goods prices are very expensive here in Go Beer. We could make it better. I don't know why this doesn't employ up, though. Exactly. Something weird going on here. I don't know why it doesn't employ up, because it's really expensive. Do we have, like, some sort of... No, we don't have Social Security. I don't know why it's not employing, though. How are you not making money with grain that expensive? Is the average wage too high? Bueller? Alright. Great Britain, Persia? Yeah, Great British Persia. Man, solved the previous week's problem. Yeah, with an iron fist. Did not see Kebab or Russia go after Persia this game. Would have loved to see Kebab go after Persia, because I think they should. You know, and if they need to negotiate something, then they can negotiate it. Yeah, currently it is looking very, very good for the teams. We'll take a look at what teams are doing. Looks like Austria is starting to push into Italy. They are notorious. Looks like Prussia's going after Denmark to solve the Schleswig-Holstein problem. Looks like... What is this? I don't know why people prioritize Ethiopia here. I guess maybe... No, they're just conquering. So, like, they're... Oh, no, wait. They're puppeting Shewa. And I guess the idea is... Oh, they've puppeted all these, though. I'd really... Are they planning on releasing Ethiopia for the Prussian... Or for releasing themselves into Ethiopia after forming Giga Germany? Maybe this is the idea. Throughput is minus 60%. Oh. I didn't even notice that. From crop failure. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. That makes sense. Okay, I take it all back. Catastrophic. Yeah. How do you run an economy? I'm so used to not really building agrarian stuff and not caring about those sort of things. So, I'm not used to, like... I'm like, crop failure, who cares? Looks like they are going after Chile here. so someone finally is. Argentina's getting shellacked. Peru, Bolivia got picked up. Peru, Bolivia being one of the better expansion spots, and the USA picks it up. USA notably is not able to enforce any kind of Monroe Doctrine, which I think is appropriate. I think that the USA, if you can somehow convince the players that this is all yours, bully to you, but I don't think that any player should go along with that. Looks like things are calm in China for now. We got to play over here. But that's kind of East India Company, Prussia, Ottomans. Ottomans has been keeping relatively chill. And they are going after what looks like Egypt right now. They're going after it, and they're starting it... what's the primary war goal? So if you start in Sinai in single player, you can avoid some GPs going after you. And it looks like that's what he does here. Certainly not necessary to do it this way. And somehow they're confident. I really don't... Well, what's the power projection here? 596? Ugh. Well, you know, it'd be like that sometimes. What's with the USA flag? They went to autocracy. You know what they say? Big autocracy, big eagle. That's exactly what they say, by the way. But that is what is up with the USA's flag. France, is France slowing down? Are they trying to chill out? I think they shouldn't, because they're already committed. Well, maybe they're trying to get... If they want to get under 100 infamy, they could just chill out and just not do anything else. Oh no, they were going for Argentina, so kind of expecting another war from them. They seem the most bloodthirsty, and we see another war for conquering Flanders, and I'm guessing, yeah, they are just full-on going for it. I also think they are going to be the target if teams 1 and 3... decide to have a little sit together, a little sit down. The war goal will probably be releasing everything from France. But we'll see exactly how that goes, or whoever has the most infamy. I'm very excited because I'm keen on seeing, you know, the release plays. How this... could we get a massive last day war again due to the infamy? I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And before, they didn't have, you know, cut down to size. We have a pause from Jamaica Tim. Looks like an accidental pause. But yeah, so we also will probably see wars on France, UK, and EIC. Last game, you know, we saw a situation. Wow, they have a lot of infamy. Last week, we saw a situation where USA bricked a whole bunch of war goals on their partner by taking them themselves. And so we might see simultaneous 3 war declarations on Great Britain, France, and East India Company to prevent allies from breaking war goals. How much does the EIC get from puppets? They get only 25%, so I really don't know how they've accrued this much infamy. Like, I'm at a loss. I have no idea how you've accrued this much infamy as EIC. They're subjugating Burma and Dainam and Johor. That's quite a lot at one time, but and Dainam and Johor. I think you should have just taken Johor. You should have just conquer-stated this, my guy. But you don't care about the infamy, which I think you don't at this juncture. And so that's kind of what's going on with Team 2. And with Team 3, Russia is... just everyone's a pariah this game. This is so much different than the last time. Everyone's just full on going for it. We also see USA, I think, is also a pariah. It's the I guess Great Qing just threw the idea of staying low infamy out the window. The fact that Great Qing was available, because they're just like, look, these provinces are too valuable. They kind of did this same thing with Japan here as well. And then Spain, I think Spain's chilling. I think Spain's just looking to eco up. Oh, no, they're not chilling. They got less chill somewhere. So they haven't acquired a new puppet, so they've acquired some dirt somewhere. Where's your dirt, my guy? Is that your dirt? That looks like your dirt. Wow, you just take Sao Paulo. And that's it? Maybe the idea is now a teammate can subjugate them. I think they should have taken more. Minas Gerais specifically is very, 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 very valuable province. It does have gold, it has resources, and it has a ton of arable land. Probably the best province in all of South America. You know, you do have some neat provinces up here, which have iron throughput bonus, which is a bit rare, which is pretty strong, but you also have, you know, infrastructure and construction problems here. if one team had pulled off the infamy reset, I think they could have initially won just because of cut down to size risk. I agree. No one infamy resetted. The way you do it is you acquire like 100 infamy or over 100 infamy. You have an ally declare war on you to cut down to size before you like enforce this on Great Shing or whatever. Then you back down to your ally. Your infamy goes to 0, and then you enforce on the original person you declared war on. So that's how that works. Not seeing any of it, but it might have been the case that they decided that getting the wars in on Qing first or faster was more important. I think they just overlooked this strategy, along with regime change. I don't think we saw any regime changes. And so, yeah, expecting... Is Kebab receiving help? I think is a big question. They are not. And they are currently losing this war. Now... They're at full mobilize and full mobilize for both. Oh, this is gonna be grim if Kebab loses the war. You can't lose a war like this, man. So what they probably need is they need to put down some edicts. I wish I could see where they had, but they need to put down edicts for specifically the edict here. Or decree, rather. Enlistment efforts. They probably need to slap a bunch of these down to try and squeeze out some more conscripts to try and make this work. It looks like they also might have deleted their navy at the start. I believe they start with more flotillas than this. Deleting the navy seems fine in general. They might have decided they just want to save some money, but it would have been helpful, you know, to be able to do landings. Maybe they're trying to triple land back here. Tough to say. Looks like Austria is going after everything here. Now, I wonder if they're going after states or if they're just going after... Woo. Curious to see conquer Holland, Friesland, Luxembourg, and Gelre, and not see any transfer of the Dutch East Indies. This seems like a critical oversight. You could have transferred the Dutch East Indies. It is 70 infamy, but I think that they are beyond caring at this point. Yeah. Great Britain went for Brazil, EIC went for Mexico, France took Chinese states, so all of them did have opening moves. I think you could have just waited a little while. Well, the Brazil one, you can't wait for it. You have to go for that immediately, but they did miss on that. Someone needs to drop one of those players, cut down to size on their teammates. Well, now they've taken a bunch of stuff, so if you cut down to size them now, they will lose all that stuff. But and in particular, you lose all your subjects as well. So UK cannot afford to be cut down to size kind of at the start because you will release all these guys. Although they have released their most critical subject here in the East India Company. So, but I think the income from these guys helps facilitate enough construction that you don't really want to release it too much. We're just chilling here in Gobir. We'll build that logging camp. Hell yeah, brother. But let's jump into the Diplo. I think you guys are familiar with what the teams are now. And they say UK talk. I'm guessing... can you post a team who's playing what? I have... But it looks like Team 1 is talking to Team 2 with the UK, and I have a feeling that this might be why. Don't know what this is about. What is it? Conquer. Looks like UK has joined on the side of Prussia, Austria, and this is a hot mess. So we'll try and keep this Diplo chat open, but this is a PvP war, and there wasn't even a pause, which the players are allowed to do if there is a PvP war. We will slow it down to speed 3. Speed 3 for PvP. And let them know it's for performance reasons, just because we want the game to be a little bit more stable as things go. But we do see a PvP war, so I wonder, I guess they just didn't vibe with what's going on here. I think it would have been correct to just... So Austria is conquering Holland, Friesland, Luxembourg, and Gelre. And here we have Austrian war reparations in Romenga. So Prussia might just want to dip out of this war relatively quickly. Notably, this is going to give a truce between these players, which I think is actually decent for Team 2, although this is not fun. This accumulates a lot of turmoil. This can really, or devastation, can really wreck your economy over time. And so they might want to get out from under this relatively quickly. If you're in a PvP war, you do want to keep at least one battalion back so that you can kind of have a front immediately so they don't snake in so fast. But, I'm guessing Austria enforces on the Netherlands. And once you're enforcing on the Netherlands here, you're fine. The war ends, and now you have a truce. And this truce, I think, is not something you would have wanted if you are the UK, or maybe UK is trying to defend themselves by creating a truce from a cut down to size CB in the future. If so, this is really 5-head, but we'll keep this over here and we'll take a look at chat. The Brazil play would have been cool. Yeah, I agree. You meant that they had to do it during the opening plays. They did do it in the opening plays, I think, but I think you have to also not only do it in the opening plays, but also brick one of the fronts by landing there, so that Brazil cannot push into and enforce on someone. Mexico and Brazil kind of feel like they go quick, though. Yeah, in terms of war specifically, it's one of the most efficient ones. In terms of infamy, it's not that efficient. Brazil, because the mixed war goals. Mexico, because you need to beat the USA there. Well, I think you can't beat the USA there if the USA player day ones it, but the USA player didn't. The USA player day one'd this, so they left it wide open, and so we might see a fight on that front, in the future over this sort of thing, because I feel like the USA players in general, or people from the United States, of which most of the players are, I think, just like they're like manifest destiny, and then they just want to get it done, and it's but it looks like, yep, that looks like UK or Prussia pieced out there. They're not involved in a war, so it looks like UK, they started to take the slightest bit of turmoil from being landed. That's a lot of turmoil from something else, and then they're like, nope, peace out, we're done. We got ourselves a truce, which might be good or bad, I'm not entirely sure, but that is how things are going. I think this war is no longer PvP. So we have upped it back up. We did have a lot of performance issues last week. That is something that we are doing. If there's a PvP war, we are dropping it to speed 3, so that can happen. It looks like the Ottomans are finally kind of winning here. It looks like they did land, and so they must have just done a triple landing with the flotillas they had. Pretty heads up to delete all these flotillas, I think. If you're not going to have a really big navy, I think having a medium-sized navy is particularly bad, and you can still land with them. Well, maybe it's not bad, but kind of curious to see what Spain's up to. I've been curious to see how this pick goes. It looks like it's, so far, not making the biggest of money moves, but, that is how things go. Looks like Russia's doing Russia things over here. Looks like nobody's kind of gone after... Austria does not have a truce with Qing. And I'm curious as to why Austria has not taken Qing dirt at this point in time. Considering they are committed to high infamy. I guess they went after Netherlands first. And so they are cutting off, France from getting their proper borders, specifically with Luxembourg, so they can't complete the journal entry. And eventually the idea is, I think they are forming Giga Germany. It'll be so wild if we just see everyone get cut down to size as well. But, I don't think that'll be the case. I think that... Or sorry, if we get nobody cut down to size, was what I meant to say. That would be wild. I think people are going to get cut down to size in a little bit. And I think France is going to be enemy number 1 in that regard. 264 infamy. You see there's absolutely enormous infamy from everyone. And you really want to be the first one to put in the cut down to size, because I don't think you can add that as a war goal. I'm not 100% sure, because I don't think I've ever had an AI join a war against me. when they had over 100 infamy. But I believe it needs to be the war start war goal. And if that's the case, you know, we are going to see a agitator appears who wants to enact theocracy. Okay, this is new from 1.3.4, which is live currently in the betas. You just go into your Steam library, you right-click, you go in properties, and then you go betas. That's the one. But yeah, France has, I think, the most infamy here. They do have this that they've taken, this that they've taken. So far, I think I like France's play. They've taken Argentina as well. With a bit of an asterisk is with, I'm not sure that going over 100 infamy is good. But I also think that if someone's not playing Qing, I mean, well, if you get cut down to size, it releases all the Qing provinces, right? And so you could see some sort of, you could see someone try and organize the Diplo around the idea that we're just going to cut down size everyone who went after Qing, and cut down in size, you know, kind of looking back at the score where we can see who's on what team very easily. If you cut down to size Russia and USA, that's bad for Team 3, and if you cut down to size France, that's bad for Team 2. Currently, Sinai is now claimed by the Ottoman Empire. They already had it. So this war finishes. We're seeing some pretty solid growth here from the Ottomans. The Ottoman player is doing quite well. We have a pause here from Jamaica Tim and an unpause. I think that we don't see anything here in the Diplo regarding what's going on. You know, it looks like, looks like Russia manages to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's always nice. I don't know. I still, yeah. Let them fight. And so, yeah, this is just an ugly war. And what's this? This must be over German leadership here. And so I'm assuming you give up to Prussia, and I'm assuming that in an instant or in a moment, Austria is just going to back down here. We are going to see a fat Prussia, and that's a PH fat. That's, we're talking, if it's thick and you're a pirate, it's thick with 7 C's, you know what I mean? We are going to see a back down? A back down? Someone's backing down here. A little curious that they aren't going to put in any other war goals, but yeah, we see Giga Prussia. They don't get Holstein. Oh, what is this? They're in a personal union under France? What happened to do that? That is awkward. And that is perhaps... I don't think this meddling will necessarily pay off for France. I think that this meddling will get France into trouble. I don't think you want to meddle like that. I don't think you want to stick your finger in someone's pie like that. Like, that's like... So, in a general sense, I think you don't want to antagonize players. And I think that this is a type of move that antagonizes players. You know, going into their backyard and doing something like this. It would be like taking Circassia, right? The Russian player's just not going to like that. But you start off with 12 million GDP. GDP is now doubled here. And this is the reason to play Prussia. The fact that you could do this, and we've seen the combo Prussia-Austria. This is the first game we have seen the formation of the North German Fed, and I'm guessing they're rushing pan-nationalism, hoping to get it by the end of the session, where they can get a Giga Germany. I'm not sure where they're planning to release Austria into, other than maybe releasing Austria into Ethiopia down here. I think this might be the same player as the UK from last week, and I'm just not kind of that much a fan of... It is the same player, okay. This is the guy who played UK last week, and he went after Austria before, or sorry, Ethiopia, and I just don't see it. Maybe I'm missing something. You know, there is a decent amount of agriculture, but it's a lot of infamy because there's a lot of pops here, and there's no resources. There's a little bit of iron. It's not very resource dense, so I'm not in love with it. France making power plays. Yeah, France... When France walks into his room, his dick's there for two minutes before he gets there, but I think he might be barking up the wrong tree. I have a sneaking suspicion that he will get cut down to size. And if the players... He also hasn't moved his capital. It's still in Isle de France. I'd love to see a capital move. Ooh, you do see him big braining it here with the universities up to 21. That is, I'm sure, his max throughput, and so he is looking to push the tech a little bit. Yeah, you specifically building one university up to your max throughput, I think, is often the case of how you want to play it. So I do like France's play tactically, where they are making a bunch of moves and they're taking stuff. I'm not sure I like it strategically in regards to going this high. Wow, they acquired like 60 infamy, and oh, yep, they're just conquering all of that, which is perhaps even bricking Austria's plan here. To go after this, of course, Austria can't even release the Netherlands because.
Really quickly, I have to go to my car really quickly. My brother forgot something.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you slowed the game down or pause it or something. It'll be like a quick second.
I will slow it down and say no one can declare war on you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'll leave.
Okay, so we're gonna pause, and we're just gonna keep the game going at speed 3, you know, so that you guys got something to watch. But that is a bit of a thing. With the amount of war and map painting, it'd be like taking Mexico. Yeah, so I think that this is a dangerous play from the EIC because the USA player is not gonna like this, and so the USA player, you have to be concerned with a player playing. I don't think the USA should necessarily do something about this. They just don't like it. And so you have to be concerned with players playing in a way that is not good just so that they can shellac you. You know what I mean? This is a subject of concern. And so this is, yeah. I think that this is what you have to be worried about is will the USA player sink their team to get Mexico back? And if the answer is yes, then going for Mexico is bad, right? Because both teams will get sunk in that case, right? Both the France, UK, EIC, and Russia, USA, Spain will both get sunk by this PvP war kind of over this thing. With the amount of war and map painting, this match is more like Hearts of Iron Victoria 3. Yeah, this has been a wild game. From the Great Qing not getting drafted, you know, up to, like, just all of this is just, my brain. The Ethiopia play is to Dominion whoever he got Outlaw Prince? Yeah, but he's not doing that. He's vassalizing everyone. He's vassalized Wello, he's vassalized... Dominioning whoever has Outlaw Prince would make sense. Or is it just Shewa and he just... But he also puppeted them. Right? This is the guy? And he's puppeted, so he can't declare wars. So, let them unify everyone and then annex them. It's still a crap play, though. Yeah, I'm not I'm not a fan of it because it's not resource dense and it's relatively high population. France making more money moves? Let's take a look. Oh, with the Sardinia Pied ones? Yeah. And so, kind of tempted to pause it for Joey because it's been a while. Is he back yet? Let's jump in. He might be back. Looks like they're returning to Schleswig-Holstein. And looks like Holstein is now... Okay, so it looks like they might have negotiated something, or... Oh, France went Republic, and then this got freed. So that is a nice vibe for them. We will see if Joey is back. Is Joey
There he
back
is,
yet?
what matters.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah, and I'm stuck trying to find something that my brother forgot in my goddamn car. Just my luck.
Do you need more time or slower or something like this?
Yeah, just maybe like another minute, just to.
Okay. So we are gonna slow things down a little bit more. Sorry, guys. and continue on. But the state of the game, why don't we do a score update now? Normally we would wait a little bit longer for another score update, but I think now is a good time to do it, considering Joey is having technical problems. And so we will pull up our handy-dandy spreadsheet, and we're going to take a look at Austria. So Austria is up to 40 million GDP from 28 last check, which is quite a lot, and 23 on game start, so they are up quite a ways. Why don't we also make sure that we are not showing the Diplo? No, we are showing the score here, and that'll be good. Then next up is Prussia. Prussia has had a big come up. They're at 24.6, basically doubling their GDP since both last check-in, where they hadn't had too much growth, and also since the beginning. Kebab is at 23.2. for pretty good growth. And so, you know, the growth of Team 1 is coming on up. A lot of the growth of Team 2 has been from conquest. France is up to 72.4. So France is starting to run away with it. You know, this is roughly triple what they had at game start. The UK is up to 41.2, still kind of recovering and a little bit slow on the come up. I don't think they've taken too much territory. They did get bricked with the Brazil War, this type of thing. And the East India Company, let's take a look. They've taken some territory since then. They're at 69.3, nice. So for a total of up being 66 million. Now let's take a look at Russia, USA, Spain. Russia's up to 41.5, so they're up 9 million. They are now above their starting GDP, where they had released a bunch of people at the start who they can annex later if they'd really like. USA is up 10 million from last check-in to 42.8 million, which is a nice little jump. And Spain, ooh, we got international relations, big nice. Spain is up to around 2 million, so that's 20% up from last check-in. They're at 13.4, and we have our scoring so far. So it looks like kind of a bit of a similar trajectory. Notably, East India, or notably Team 2 is no longer winning in the percentage growth department, and they are still relatively close to Russia, USA, Spain, and so this is a bit interesting. And we will add to the Diplo, we will upload the file. And that might cause a little bit of conversation to be stirred if people decide that, you know, there are some problems. French Greenland? Yeah, baby. That's Iceland. That's Greenland. They subjugated, I think... I don't even know who they subjugated. It was part of Schleswig-Holstein. Didn't know Japan got devoured. Yeah, Japan. Japan's still around. There's the shogunate. They're still alive. Rip Persia. Yeah, Persia is probably going to get annexed. It's a pretty good one to go after. What's with the East India Company? Are they not Austrians? No, they didn't transfer them. I think this was a miss. I think you're supposed to transfer. Instead, they conquered Luxembourg, which I think is not the play. I think you'd rather use your maneuvers to transfer. Well, we'll see what we can do with that. But they did not transfer. They did not dominion the Netherlands. They just conquered all the dirt. But I think that the plan is, you know, let's see if any conversation has been sparked here. Back. Okay, he's back. We're back up to speed 4. And,
I'm back.
yeah. And we will continue along our merry way. We do have the Diplo, where he says he's back. And, of course, back again. Joey's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? But yeah, the East Indies did not go that way. Looks like Spain is making a move on Morocco. Was kind of expecting to see this earlier. Low-key, kind of would love to see Spain ask Great Britain, hey, could you take a hike and give us this back? Because if they ever fight Team 2, they are going to get sandwiched here, because the UK has this, and France is, well, France is there, so, yeah. Is the UK ever going to unify Canada and Austria? I think they need nationalism tech, and they're probably not prioritizing it, would be my guess. But they could unify it, and then they could annex it. I'm so curious to see, if there is a PvP war where currently there has not been a cut down to size. Currently, Team 2 is not running away with it. They had a huge start initially, but France has apparently gotten some... Well, they're actually just taking their sweet time getting this done. Well, I guess we were on speed 2 for a hot second, so there was that. But, in terms of proportional growth, teams 1 and 3 are catching up, and so we might just see people try and eco up. I would love to see teams 1 and 3 cut down to size France. I think that's the play. But everyone can be cut down to size, basically. Or almost everyone. The players are pedal to the metaling this. Which, maybe they've just all evaluated that this is the way to go. But I don't think it is, because... you can zero infamy and force just the absolute shellacking and removal of a whole bunch of GDP. And if you had low infamy and then you do that on them, it can't be symmetrically kind of returned, except for the UK. You can really go after the UK pretty easily. Why are you having some of these issues? Huh. I guess the UK just really suffers when East India Company is released. I didn't like this release at the start. Team 1, any talkers? Well, let's see. Jamaica Tim is on Team 3, so 1 and 3 are looking to get something done. So we can jump into the negotiation and see what's up.
Hello.
Unfortunately, this is not a representative of Team 1, but I'm curious as to what you're proposing.
We are trying... We recognize that Team 1 is stronger in their current position, but we despise British and French and East Indish actions lately, and so we try to use puppet Portugal attack to draw the Great Britain in, and maybe also France to cut them to size.
I see. Yeah, the Great Britain and the Team 2 is actually in the lead, not Team 1, just to clarify.
Alright, yeah.
So,
and we would like some backup from Team 1, maybe. That would be
that makes sense, because France, UK, East India Company does look like they have the strongest military.
Yeah,
so,
but we can exclude East India Company maybe from this play. And then it's kind of doable.
Yeah. Well, they might have something to say about that, but
yeah,
we will see.
But hopefully somebody might want to talk.
You could probably at Joey and he'll come.
Yeah.
So we do see, and I also think, hopefully I didn't influence things there, but I also think that Joey is the type to recognize this and probably make a move on it. Leave Ethiopia alone for a moment. And, yeah. Is the bug still active where cut down to size resets all stuff, not just 10 years? Well, we might be about to find out. It was active on 1.3.3. We're on 1.3.4. They might have fixed it. I don't recall seeing anything to that effect in the patch notes. But maybe it was? I don't remember. I'm not insisting it wasn't there. I'm insisting I didn't remember. Ooh, and we do see, what is this, an annex? It looks like. Nope. They're going after this over here. Fine, fair enough. But, looks like poor Ukraine is getting invaded by Russia. History repeats itself. Later, though. Oh. Is he just annexing everything? So he's just accrued a lot of infamy, kind of, in some negative situation. But yeah, France wins these. France is considerably stronger. We have not seen France necessarily have the best showing so far in the previous sessions, But Team 2, so the problem is Team 2 is also just way stronger, like militarily. So I don't know what the play is, you know, in terms of trying to do something about this, because it's not. So you could actually enforce on UK really easily, and France has yet to move their capital. You can enforce on the UK really easily because you're going to do a whole bunch of landings on them, and so this is kind of the idea, but it's not. You know, they're pretty strong. It looks like 2 members of Team 3 are in negotiation room, which doesn't make sense to me, but okay. And they're back, and everyone's kind of looking like they're going back, so we will not check the negotiation. But does Russia not get claims when they release for reduced infamy CV? I honestly don't know. I would have thought it worked that way. If you voluntarily release, you do not get claims. And we do see North German Fed here looking big and chunky. They are probably pushing pan-nationalism. They don't have anyone to release the Austria player into right now. And I assume they want the Prussian tech and laws, which are generally better. UK sniping Egypt from Ottomans. Dirty.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Hello. Okay.
I had a question,
Sure.
if I can ask.
Yes.
So Team 1, we've been trying to reach out to them. I don't know if they don't want to talk or they're not seeing it.
Okay,
We think that it's...
I'll let them know.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, Team 3 has been trying to talk to you.
Oh, have they really?
Yeah, if you're not aware.
Oh, nope, I was not.
Team 1 is now in negotiation.
Thank you.
So, expecting to see something from them. Hopefully, that's appropriate. UK is sniping. Yeah, this is... So, in terms of sticking fingers in pies, yeah? I think this is pretty high, especially because the UK, I think, does not have a truce with Qing. So, I really don't understand what this play is about, other than just to upset the kebab. But it looks like Austria is also fighting. Oh, who declared this war first? Whoa, this is so dirty. They have the same war goals. Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, Middle Egypt. Lower Egypt, Middle Egypt. Yeah, just more. Well, this is hella dirty. But, I mean, if you cut down to size France, this might get really exciting really fast. If there is a PvP war, we will slow it to speed 3. Because last session, when there were 20 plus landings on the UK, the game kept crashing. Enforcing on the UK is easy, but arguably this game, UK isn't the player to handicap. I think it's France or the East India Company. East India Company is kind of hard to enforce on, but they still have a really large amount of infamy worth of stuff. You have to discount like 30 or 40 of that from the failed play here, but they would release Persia. They're going to release everything that they took here, and so it wouldn't be terrible, but what I think you do is you cut down to size both. And you also start a play on the East India Company. I don't know if you try and cut down to size all 3. I think this might be excessive, but you could do it. And I'd be very excited to see it done, because I think that players are just not caring about this number, and I think you should, but I'm also not in the seat. We do see a pause, and considering it's longer than 5 seconds, I'm guessing this is a PvP pause. So let's take a look at what's going on. Is there a Diplo play? There's an unpause. So maybe it was just an accident. Oop. He's having a revolution. So that was probably a panic pause. And it'll be curious to see what he does here. Very curious. Also, if anyone joins. You know, the Team 2 might be sniffing out that they could be in trouble here. And they might decide, hey, we're going to kick Austria while they're down, and we're just going to try and 3v6 the rest of the session. But yeah. What makes East India Company hard to enforce on? I assume they moved their capital to Delhi. But that assumption is probably actually wrong. in my head, their capital is in Delhi. It's very easy to enforce on if they don't move their capital. But yeah, it's in my head. You move your capital to Delhi before unpausing, and they've not done this. Yeah, but this is dirty as hell. This is dirty. I don't know who. So Austria might have declared this war second, in which case it's dirty from Austria. But they have a huge chunk of infamy, and I think maybe they were hoping that they could. They might have been going for everything, so they might have been hoping they could release Egypt instead of releasing Italy when the North German Fed annexes them. I think might have been the idea. But now we see this play is kind of going through. We don't see a play that's kind of emerged on them. The UK is just, or it looks like, yeah, there's just going to be piecing out there. And we don't see anyone else talking in Diplo. So looking back into the score, let's just take a look at what Kebab is up to. In terms of diplomacy, they're not up to anything. North German Fed. It looks like this is going in without anyone joining except for Kebab to help out Austria. So this seems fine. But they obviously are not in a position to kneecap Team 2 at this point in time. Team 2 is kind of doing things, making moves, making money moves. East India Company, let's take a look if they've got a play. They do have a play. They're going after puppeting Afghanistan. I don't like that. I think you should just annex them. Right? It's 2 states. You're past caring about your infamy, right? Yeah, I would have preferred to see an annex, but okay. This seems fine enough. And then we have Russia, who's pariah, but a lot of this pariah has just been taking back Ukraine. And so, a little bit grim, but they are involved in that play. And then, you know, I guess they are talking about a future play here, where they are kneecapping Team 2. And I think there's something... Ooh, Team USA is under 100 infamy, so they cannot get cut down to size. So they have been doing it small ball. Looks like Great Britain really just wants to cut off everything, because they could have just gone for Transvaal, which is traditionally kind of... You could just go Zulu into Transvaal into Orania. Or I think they could just start going after Orania, because Cape Colony is a puppet. But they've chosen this path, not gaining access to the early gold here. And Spain has gone after Morocco. They're a little infamous. They don't have too much. I don't think anyone's too worried about Spain, but they are kind of... This is sticking your finger in France's pie a little bit, so curious to see how that shakes up. And France is, of course, now going after Switzerland. So... Can they move their capital to Delhi? I don't move the capital much. Oh, you know what? That's right. They're not Indian. Maybe they can only move their capital to English provinces, in which case they're very easy to enforce on. And maybe you cut down to size India and... Notably, cut down to size CBs are not ones you can break, right? I feel like Team 2 should just destroy Spain. Yeah, if they get in a fight, but... I feel like... Well, maybe... While this is happening with Austria, while Team 1 is tied up like this, now would be the time to go about it, right? And I don't know if Team 2 is going to make this evaluation that they should just try and 3v6. I don't even know if that's correct, but that is something that you could consider. Because the session's going to end at 1:15, so we got another 2 hours. And if you... If Team 1 and 3 time it right so that they're enforcing the cut down to size... So if Team 1 is just super heads up, right? This is just butchery. This is disgusting. I'm nauseous. Nausea here. But if Team 1 times it perfectly, right? So that you cut down to size on Team 2, and they're ahead of Team 3, then they win, right? And so this seems to be kind of what the strongest looking strategy would be. We see a pause by Tired Start. Let's see if it's a PvP pause or... So Tired Star, oh, that is a someone dropped pause, so we'll take a save. Is this a pause because you dropped, or is it?
No, he formed Mega Germany.
Oh, okay. Yep. So you just have to switch. Yeah.
Release country.
Yeah.
You go Hungary. Join up.
Yeah.
Play some.
Perfect. Okay. Big excite.
I hope I get the bonus point for this.
All right. So we have seen the German Empire formed. Now, Hungary, notably, has 0 infamy, and Germany has almost no infamy. They have 0 as well. And so this is pretty good. They do get claims on Bavaria, so they'll probably go after those claims in a fashion that's timely for them. Notably, France is not taking that, and so they will probably just, kind of do whatever. But this is the plan. And the GDP here is 55 million, and the GDP here is 12 million, and they will probably try and get out to the coast, which, of course, the Ottomans are their allies, so the Ottomans can just roll over and give up Dobruja. And so we have a Giga Germany. This is the plan. This is the idea of forming Giga Germany. Now, on the GDP currently, it does say 87 million. If you combine this, 53, plus this, what is that, 67, plus this, math is, you should never do math on stream, but I think that's 91 million. So this does represent a kind of generous, growth, but these guys are reputable, right? They cannot be cut down to size here. And so how does this it's based on team total GDP percentage. And so now we will change the names of we will update the names of the teams. We will have Austria be Hungary and Prussia Germany. And so we'll make this Germany and Hungary. But it's still just based off of total team GDP. We will just swap what the players are playing, and so this sort of thing. You wonder if releasing Venice and forming Italy would have worked. I think that this would have been fine. I think that they wanted to go for this. We have a huge PvP play brewing. Speed 3 for PvP. And let's jump into the Diplo. Looks like they're not talking in the overlay Diplo too much, but speed 3 for PvP. So we now have an enormous war, and they're cutting French Republic down to size. They have Kebab joining. I'm assuming Hungary is going to join as well. And I'm not sure how well this was planned in terms of getting everyone on board. Other teams need to declare interests. And we'll see how this shakes out. Right now, I think that, so we see East India Company joins. I think that Team 1 cannot do this solo. And so I'm curious what Team 3 is up to. So let's just take a look at Team 3. Now that's Russia, USA, and Spain. Looks like they are cutting Great Britain down to size. And they have USA coming with them. USA is part of cutting Great Britain down to size. And this might lag the hell out. But this is big. And then Spain, I think, is just taking this opportunity to go after Portugal. Jamaica Tim pauses. And we are going to see a massive war here. We're going to see a ton of landings on Great Britain. Notably, East India Company is not getting cut down to size, but they are going to be part of this play here. They're also a part of this other play. And so they can get enforced on very easily. They get shoved out of these wars. Great Britain can get enforced on pretty easily. I don't think... Here's the problem. I don't think there's enough power here to enforce this. I could be mistaken, but I don't think there's enough here. And they want to liberate Papal States, conquer Rhineland, conquer Westphalia, liberate Austria. The liberate Austria, that'll be a huge war. The Team 1 cannot afford to lose this. in the slightest. And so this is, I think, where the most critical action is going to be at. And the fact that no one from Team 3 is going to help out with this is a nightmare, if this is the case. I think you absolutely 100% need someone to help out here and now for this, because this is so critical. They have more military. Of course, German Empire is also now, all of it should be on whatever the skirmish infantry, but like Hungary needs to join, Russia needs to join, someone else needs to join here, I think. I don't think... Oh, I'm so stressed out. I'm not even playing. We haven't seen any landings go through anywhere yet, and we are not seeing... So this is like the war to end all wars. This is exciting. And so, we also might see a sort of white peace situation. Ooh, we did see Russia join. Russia joined. Okay. Now, where are the capitals? Paris is there. Ooh, don't like the Berlin being there. Would have loved to see a move to Bohemia before the war, but I certainly understand it's an easy thing to overlook and not think about. And Russia, where is your capital, dear Russia? You've left it up here. That is not ideal. You can be very easily landed. And we see the landings come in here. And last time, this is what caused enormous lag. They are, of course, double, triple, quad, quintuple, octuple, what's the decuple landing here? It looks like they waited until the last minute. Skirmish Germany versus a lot of East India paper troops, I believe. Oh, that could be the case. I was just thinking they were all French, but yeah. Well, USA is involved in this this enforcement on Great Britain. So maybe they decided they only want to be involved in one war. Also, notably, they could have decided USA, they want to have a truce or to not have a truce, to avoid truces. This could have been a situation as well. Specifically, they don't want to have their entire team truced with one member of the other team or something like this. This could be reasons. Also, Hungary's probably not very strong and is maybe just trying to build up their economy. This type of stuff. It looks like a decent amount of stuff has been placed here in Hungary. I assume Hungary is... I assume they're actually just like frantically clicking, trying making their country work. They are in the German market though. They were released as independent, and so we do have Giga Germany into this business, which is a very, very big excite. You know, we will take the score probably after this, but yeah, let's take a look at the EIC as well. Looks like the EIC, this front's going to progress so slow in either direction because of the mountains. And so if the EIC is getting enforced on, I imagine it's going to be via landings. And it's just going to be quintuple landing here. And you can try and defend by patrolling the coast with like 7, 8, 9, 10 navies that are relatively small. And we do see a little bit of a landing here. And this is the problem with not moving your capital as Russia. This is the problem. You are going to have to deal with this. You have to keep troops back in your core territory to deal with this. And we see a landing on Paris for, you know, kind of similar thing. You know, they could have moved their capital earlier. They could have moved it up here. Looks like Switzerland capitulates here, which is perhaps unfortunate for France, because France is going to be forced to release a whole ton of stuff here. Now, most of what people have been constructing has been probably in their home territories, not in conquered lands, so it is not necessarily cataclysmic, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see who's out on top after this. You know, they flew too close to the sun. We were talking about this earlier. It's very exciting to see this cut down to size CBs making a difference, and also like potentially making it so it looks like, hey, well, so we might see if let's just go back to the overlaid score. If team 1 pulls into first place, they cannot be cut down to size. Look at this. They are just as far as boyos go, they are just friendly boyos. Very little infamy here. And so they've put themselves in a position where at the end of this play, they're in first place. It's you can you can beat them up by like releasing Austria. So this is probably the way you do it, but there's not too much you can do. Spain is looking like they can form Iberia if they can get to pan-nationalism, which is a bit of a task, but this can help for colonization. Notably, nobody's colonizing except Great Britain, so shame on you guys. But yeah, this is wild. No one's also landed on the North German Fed, which seems like, North German Fed, Germany, Giga Germany, Dad Bod, Chad Bod. Germany here. Their capital's still in Brandenburg, which is a bit of a problem. Are there any war goals on Russia? Let's take a look. So they're involved in both wars. Russian war reps and liberate Kazan. Notably, I guess they couldn't put Perm interest in place in time. Or they... Perm would have been a better lib, but okay. And then here we see there's none on Russia, but that was a last minute join on their part, and it looks like they are doing a good job of maintaining holds on the capitals, and we have a landing here by the USA. So this is how East India Company does get enforced out, but they'll only be enforced out of the UK war, not the French war. So and Russia's in both, I think, so that'll be Russia. East India Front will maintain. Either way, it looks like Kebab is up to this, or what is this? Wait, this is part of the French Republic? They just annexed this? Well, I guess. It's about to get released. This is very exciting. Also super exciting is there's been no crashes. We are doing okay. And we see a fat landing on into Russia here. Let's take a look at... what am I doing? We got to look at war scores. It looks like Russia's getting pounded in this. That's not ideal. So Russia, it looks like Russia's not going to win this. And how is this going? It looks like France is getting a pounding in this. So they might have some sort of negotiation where they somehow avoid Russia paying war reps. This sort of thing. But it looks like, I mean, just France getting enforced on and UK not getting enforced on is appropriately large. But yeah, looking at these now, Russia is, down into the negative. They have a hold on the capital, but they also have a hold on their capital. And in particular, maybe they put Liberate Kazan because that would be easier to get. Well, so they could have just not had Liberate Kazan, and then they could have taken any Russian dirt to enforce, but that the capital's still here really is a problem. If the capital's like deep in here, specifically, if you could move the capital to Kiev, I don't think you can, but that would be somewhat nice, although they're in on Kiev anyways. But the Russian player also probably, that these pushes have gotten so much ingress immediately, is probably an indication that they were unaware of exactly how this would work. But you leave behind one battalion to defend against the landing, and so they can be on there immediately once something happens. It looks like USA is landing here. But if USA enforces on East India Company, right? I can't see their current thing. If the USA enforces on East India Company, then this capital's given up, and I'm not sure exactly how it works in PvP, but you will probably need to either take Kazan or the capital. So looks like Russia is being landed in the France-Germany war, but war goals against them are in the UK war. No, the East India Company is in both wars. So the East India Company is this landing on Russia. Both the East India Company and Russia are in both wars. Does cut down to size take provinces at the beginning of the game, or does France keep Chinese province defense long enough? In theory, it keeps the Chinese provinces if it defends long enough against the car outside, but that's in theory. In practice, the game might not work like this. Oh, and the UK is starting to get really, really occupied here. And so, in terms of percentage, land occupation is an important metric for enforcement. And it looks like we hear a talk from this.
Hey, I tried to tell you we're at 1 speed.
We're at 1 speed? Okay, we gotta be at 3.
Yep.
I moved it to 3 speed, yeah. Who has a better army, Germany or France? They're probably equal. They're probably both on skirmish and... Well, let's just take a look. So we have skirmish and artillery, or this is mobile artillery and no medical aid. Medical aid is notably achievable by now if you're focusing on the Miltex. France has the better military because they have the medical aid, so they will be able to stick it out longer. Expecting to see a relanding here. They might just both be defending fronts here, which is no ingress here. It's rough terrain. This is a reasonable strategy. You're just doing this. A little curious to not see them go after Alsace-Lorraine because I think they have a claim in here. But they're just cutting them down to size. No Alsace-Lorraine grab here, even though I think they have a claim on it from the Germany unification. And so they might be negotiating here a situation where they try and... I don't know what they can do. They don't have anything to offer here because it's just to cut down to size CBs in order to not give Russian war reps and liberate Kazan. So it looks like, on top of all this, it looks like Team 3 is going to get like shellacked by the liberating of Kazan, and so this is not ideal for them, certainly. Why don't we build a little... Oh, it looks like France is pushing into Germany. It's gonna take too long to get to the capital, though. You just need to do it through landings. This is not the way. Looks like they are managing. This is kind of weird business here. But what's going on here, that this is like starting to look strange like this, and this front's been bricked, is they are relanding behind. So USA lands, and then East India Company is relanding behind over and over and over again. And that this is kind of the way that the metagame in terms of how things are fought. You see a relanding here in order to reestablish a line of a supply line. Not that the supply line matters if you control part of the state that is coastal, is my understanding, because the game is weird right now. You saw ammo shortage in there? That makes a lot of sense if they're both scraping the bottom of the barrel. That does make sense. Oh, they have a weapon shortage. And let's take a look. They have no shortages there. So Germany was probably also more prepared for this, because they knew this was coming and they knew they were going to be conscripting up, and France presumably was not or less aware of this. What if someone wants to release a nation which has... you are not allowed to release a nation that has the same... that has a capital in the same province you have a capital. It doesn't let you. So you can't force the UK to release England because they share a capital. But if you manage to get the UK's capital like into Wales, then you can release England. You don't think you can put other war goals other than cut down to size? That would make sense. I haven't used that war goal, but that would explain why they're like that. And it looks like they landed on Kebab too. Yeah, you've really got to keep like one stack at home to defend against this sort of stuff. I don't know if he has one stack at home, maybe even two stacks, because Kebab's unique situation where it's going to be a split front when they get landed. But yeah, let's take a look at how close people are to being enforced. Looks like France is going to get enforced on. Looks like the car is going to get enforced on. Notably, very notably, the car is going to get enforced on. Jesus. That's enforcement on the car right there. But it looks like Russia's going to get enforced on in the second war, which is... It's good that they've declared two. They split up the armies. I think this is a fine way of doing it. I think the car is still really loud, and it's going to get really hot in here, so I might have to reopen that window. The truth hurts. But this war is going to get enforced on. This war should get enforced on France, and so let's see if they're negotiating anything. Car has too many radicals, exactly. Too much radicalism in the car. And it looks like the UK, despite still holding on to their capital, is getting ticked down, right? No, they're not getting ticked down. And Russia is getting ticked down because they have lost control of their capital. So, yeah, you really got to move the capital if you're playing Russia. This is the way. Car has too many radicals. Perfect. And so I think we're kind of going to divert our attention back to here. Back to what's going on here. Let's see how much... This is really expensive for France, too. I didn't even think about looking at that in the other one. But the overall cost of the war is something that's relevant. You know, it's not that relevant in PvE, but these players can be dedicating this stuff to construction and stuff instead. So not only is it, like, are you kneecapping them, you are preventing a lot of development. And considering there's an asymmetry here that doesn't favor you, and it looks like you're going to get enforced on, right? Opening the window so I don't cook like a lobster. Considering this is the case, right? Considering that you are paying more, or you're paying a lot, maybe just capitulating in this spot makes sense, but it certainly feels bad. But I don't see a way that you win this, except by landing Germany here. Looks like Germany was also didn't have someone defending, and now it's just a base race. France is also about to rev. Do we know this? This is also one reason why France, I think, is worse than 1.3.4, which they are on. I don't see an enormous amount of turmoil. I do down there, I guess. But they are base racing, but I don't think France wins this. Yeah, there's just no way. I think France is better off capitulating here because they're spending so much out the ass for this. On military goods, conscriptions. Looks like it's not calculating East India companies. Expenditure, it looks like this front is kind of gone away. But, I mean, if they want to trade... If they want to trade score or whatever... go to their politics page. Oh, okay, I see you. They are about to rev. Or they... Oh, no, they're placated. They're not going to rev. They're currently passing universal suffrage. Oh, this is so exciting. Which also, Team 2, like, distinctly looked like... I think way stronger from the draft. I never gave my opinions on it, but I think their draft looks better. But yeah, the war is going on for quite a bit. But I think that also notably Germany is probably getting enforced on faster here now. 4.23 versus 4.4. Oh, okay, it's about the same. Germany's really getting shellacked here, but the France does not have a way to dig out Germany from here. They have such a strong control of Paris. France needs to try and reland behind. But I don't think that's going to cut it at this point. So they get cut down to size. We see Kazan does get released, which let's even see what's built there. That's kind of funny. That's where all their ammo and guns are. That is amusing. We do see the China provinces get released, and everything else gets released. Argentina's released. You know, all the dirt that they took is released everywhere. And so now let's take a look at the GDPs as they stand. In particular, the Chinese provinces are lost as well. And Belgium is released. Sardinia Piedmont is released. With more land than they normally would. They have all of Savoy and all of Provence. That has to hurt. So we will do an updated GDP look here. I think they'd have gone better if they didn't go high infamy. This is my feeling, because of this cut down to size potential, which is particularly like uncomfortable. But yeah, we will take a look at people's GDPs now. So for Austria, we have moved them to Hungary. Here, let's actually make sure the right overlay is in place. Okay, the right one is in place. So Austria, we've just moved Austria to Hungary. The Hungarian player, they have 20.4 million GDP, which represents a loss, but of course they have moved from Austria-Hungary to just Hungary. We're at 64.9 for... Oop, that's not what I wanted. We're at 64.9 here. which of course is impossible to evaluate because they have formed Germany in the interim, 64.9. Ottomans are up 2 million, up to 25.1. And so we do see some considerable growth here. And France, let's see the damage. They are down to 32.2 million, so down 42 million. And UK, notably some peoples are recovering. UK is up a considerable amount. They're up to 55 million, which is up another 14 million. And East India Company is up to 78 million, so they're up quite a bit, 78.1. Notably, everyone's recovering as they start to recover from the turmoil, so I'm trying to do this a little bit quickly. So they still have a pretty solid nominal GDP growth. Let's take a look at Russia, 46.5 million. So they are still up despite the Kazan release. They're up about 5 million. Let's take a look at USA, who last check-in was at 42 million. Now they're at a flat 50 point, or I thought it was 50. They're at 50.6. And let's take a look at Spain, which I think has made some money moves in the interim. They have gone from 13.4 to 14 million, a respectable score. And so now we have Team 1 clearly in first, and not eligible for any cut down to size CBs, so it's going to be a matter of releasing Austria. Now, we do have another hour and a half in this session, so there is plenty of time to try and enforce on people. We will up it back up to speed 4 because there's no more PvP war, and we will give the updated scores to the teams, and also with the caveat of letting them know that numbers are still adjusting. To the war finishing, and we will open up the Diplo so that anyone can see the overlaid Diplo, what people have to say or think, or if there is negotiation immediately started between Team 1 and 3, or sorry, between 2 and 3 to maybe work together. I don't think that Team 1 is far enough out in front, but pretty delighted to see this Germany play, you know, kind of sound off and finally work. What is this about? Okay, we're gonna slow this down because we do have a PvP war that I was not aware of. We have the Ottomans who did not have a truce. Now this is part of the thing. Ottomans who did not have a truce with the UK. This is one reason to not join full everyone. And you see France and Spain going after each other. What is this over? That's not that. But they are cutting Spain down to size now. And Spain has just put a whole bunch of stuff in on them. So, did Spain get a little naughty? A little bit naughty. Did they take... No? What did they take to generate that much infamy? Was it really just the Portugal? So, France is retaliating now against Team 3. Which Team 1 has to be loving what's going on here because the Kebab is about to pick up the German territory, and we also have another PvP war where, you know, France is going after Spain, who is on Team 3, which I don't think is the target here. Like, I think you have to try and work against Team 1. And so this is playing, like, absolutely perfect for Team 2, which has, like, no infamy. This is the infamy that they got. They got the 15 and the return stating. This is one of the powers of the Ottomans, I think, as a pick, is you get all of this low infamy claims for free. And if you think of the Ottomans as the Ottomans already having annexed all the Egyptian dirt, it's quite valuable. And there's no way UK can hold this, right? This is currently in proposition. You have to expect that the UK is going to probably capitulate here to this. Spain took Brazil. That would do it. You know what? Spain should probably just capitulate. Spain should capitulate. They should give up what they have, get reset to 0 infamy, and give up Brazil, and just take Brazil. They need to do this before they take Brazil. But you're right. It's exactly that. Yeah, the PvP was between Great Britain. I did not notice this at first between Great Britain and Ottomans, but they're going to get enforced on here. Oh no! You needed to capitulate to France. Now you're going to release Brazil. And and you're going to return this dirt to them. I feel bad for the Spain player. I think that they were just chilling. They were just making moves. And notably, the Allies cannot help because everyone has a truce with France, I think. Or let's take a look. No, USA joined. Oh, you can join because it's defensive war. And so now we'll have another enormous war here against France. And, you know, Spain is just really going for it. They're just committing to the high infamy at this point. And day one, Jesus. Did they not assign to fronts? That would be bad if that's what happened. I think that was just like day one. But we do see... Oh, all their troops are in Brazil. That's what's going on. Yeah. I don't think there's... Ugh, that's looking so grim for them. They were in a weird position where they could have just backed down to Spain just instantly. Yeah, they can join defensive wars. I had forgotten about this. They should have just backed down initially, and it looks like UK is going to get enforced on here. So everything is just coming up like perfectly for Team 1, who has low infamy and can't be cut down to size, right? And what's this? Russia's taking a little bit of a... Russia's taking a bite. Russia is taking a bite while all this is going on. We have a liberated Cochin and Perm in there. I don't think you can afford to allow Perm to be liberated. I think this is where you build tall, where you encourage resource industries specifically. The player might not be doing that. Looks like they're not. But that is how I would try and play it. Of course, I would try and get some sort of resource agreement at the start. But there's no way UK can win this. What about how much money is this costing both teams? Well, it is costing the team it is costing Team 1 a lot more. We do see that. Also, I feel like vindicated because, you know, the Germany, Prussia, or sorry, the Austria-Prussia pick, I have been thinking is quite strong together, and we have seen it twice the past 2 weeks, and it has underperformed, and now it is performing quite well. Obviously, there's large differences in player skill between all of these players. It's a community game. Anyone can join. In order to join for next week's, which we're not sure on the format, what the format's going to be yet, you just need to put "and my axe" in the LFG section of the Discord, which the link should be below. And by should be, I mean it should be, not it is. But yeah, we see a ripperoni pepperoni. Spain's capital is getting tucked in. That is exactly how I would articulate it. Yeah, they didn't have... France just got this day one, which implies no one was on the front. They got this huge push, and it's because no one could get there. And there's... I don't see a way that Spain could push France out from here. But they can bleed France for cost, right? I think they're probably paying less on the war. Yeah, they are. So they could just bleed France down if they want. But this devastation's going to hurt real bad. I think you just capitulate here, knowing what's going on. Unless you're trying to keep France locked in a war, but the French player must be not in a happy place right now, would be my guess. I'm curious to see if Germany goes... I'm assuming Germany will go after Bavaria at some point, but maybe they look to diplomatically incorporate Bavaria. Who knows? The Hungarian player, haven't seen them push into the coast yet. I haven't seen them go for Wallachia. Is Wallachia still a part of... Who has an active truce? It's just an active truce with Wallachia. Who is it? So they don't have a truce. They're in the customs union. I'm curious why they haven't gone after Wallachia yet. They're not developing any infamy. They're not decaying any infamy. Maybe they're just trying to negotiate things with their teams. They're trying to recover the economy. What is that? Is that a... Has Russia turned on Germany? What is that from? Is that from Krakow? Oh boy. Oh boy, someone got caught with their pants down and didn't realize Krakow was rebelling. This is the Krakow Revolution here. That's awkward. Looks like they are going to try and enforce... Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to enforce on them faster, but let's take on this one. Yeah, that one's going to be a loss for the UK as well. So even more GDP here for Team 1. Of course, this is awkward. Very, very awkward. Does France still have all their conscripts up? I would guess... I don't know if they put them up for this. And France has gotten shrapnel as well. That is a big deal. I think that their conscripts are mobilized. It says mobilized, so that would be... I think they do have them up. They are paying quite a lot. They were running arms shortages before, and now they might not be. But Germany's just in a really solid place. They are vulnerable because Austria can be released. I think they should move their capital off of Brandenburg or Berlin. But it is not the most vulnerable capital. I think if you put it in Bohemia, players are going to have a tough time getting that. I guess it'd be even better in Bavaria, would probably be the best spot. But here we see exactly what we're talking about, which is that the Ukraine could come in here quite quickly. Also curious if they're not building up too much in Silesia. This did happen in the first session. Germany put everything in Silesia, or Prussia did, and then Austria took that dirt. And so they are spreading around the love. You know, let's actually take a look at, in terms of GDP, where's the highest GDP states? Okay, so we see a lot of building out in Pennsylvania and New York. Looks like they might be building tall on the resources in Pennsylvania and tall on the manufactories in New York. They do have that university up there. They are subsidizing some stuff. They are doing road maintenance, and they are encouraging manufacturing there. So that's where a lot of USA's GDP. USA notably hasn't been touched too much, but yeah, we see in here on Germany, I don't think this is going to cut it, but they are trying to do what they can to try and win this war against kebab. Kind of taking a look here. This is one of the biggest states here, and so I'm guessing the Austria player had anticipated that they were going to have Transdanubia, and they are pushing this up to level 51 while subsidizing it, because that is Joey and that's what he does. And yeah, they just have line infantry. They're just looking to chill and build and chill. I'm guessing, I would not be surprised if they are also receiving some sort of subsidy from some players. Yeah, they are. German Empire is bankrolling Hungary. This makes a whole lot of sense. It looks like there was an enforcement. Kebab has gotten what they wanted here. And so this is good for Kebab. Let's zoom out and take another look at GDP. And we are looking for places that are very, very, very green that we do not already, that we're not aware are, you know, hyper-populous states. Looks like, let's just take a look at how East India Company is doing some of their eco here. Because I did see kind of a big stretch of, yeah, they're putting a lot of manufacturing up in this upper area, which I suppose is better than down low because it's going to accrue less devastation. They are starting to build up the unis. They have enlistment efforts on. I'm wondering how many players are utilizing enlistment efforts. Also, I think enlistment efforts in Calcutta does nothing. Because I think you're probably already capped at 50, you're certainly capped at 25 conscripts, so the enlistment efforts is not going to be helping out. Actually, I think it might make them come up faster, so, yeah. But France, this war has got to be over soon, I have to anticipate. And I would be annoyed if I just got cut down to size, so this is perhaps a bit of justice and a reaffirmation of previous borders. This also might change the metagame going forward quite a bit, because, you know, if Germany's going after Bavaria, makes sense, and Two Sicilies, or Two Sicilies is a part of it. But the metagame going forward, I think Spain should just capitulate to avoid all this devastation, and there's no way they can win this. But maybe they're trying to bleed France out. Wallonia is now claimed by France. Interesting. So that's part of their return French stuff. But the metagame going forward is going to be one where, you know, you have a sensitivity towards the fact that you don't want to go super high infamy, and so we might see less plays like go after Persia at the very start, go after Brazil, these types of Mexico, Chinese states, these types of things. We might see less of these high infamy, really efficient in terms of war for expanding GDP plays, and more expansion efficiency on the basis of, you know, your infamy. Because right now, Team 1 is not cut down to sizable. They're just not. And so, and both teams remain cut down to sizable. Both other teams, like, you still have Pariah UK, so there can be another war to cut them down to size. And I think this would be a mistake. I think the France-UK East India Company might still have the strongest military, but it doesn't... They have a bunch of truces and stuff, too, with Germany. Both have truces with Germany. They can't declare war on Germany for 5 years. What are you going to do? There actually just might not be a reasonable way to kind of reign in Germany, where almost all the GDP growth is. And from the Ottomans, you can release, like, what, Iraq? There's not a whole lot you can release. You can't release Egypt. Egypt's still a country. Someone's going after Qing, and then you really can't get anything off of Hungary. Hungary is completely internal, and maybe this is intentional, where they're not moving Hungary to the coast so that Hungary can't be dowed on, or nothing can be taken from them, and they're just going to sit on their lead with the fact that the German Empire has truces with everyone, and they're just going to say, hey, we're going to be over before the 5-year truces are up. Kick rocks, my guy. We're going to expand as much as we want. Also, German Empire can do whatever they want, well, if they expand over here, people can join against them, but no one can cut down to size them. So, where it says X plus X battalions, hover over the conscripts number, and it'll say France has X conscripts recruited. Whoa. They are going after them. They're just full going after Spain, and no support from the teammates. This is grim for Spain. I don't know what this is about. I think this is a mistake. Maybe this is France, UK, East India Company saying, hey, I don't think we can get first, but we're not going to get last. That could be what this is. Hebei is now claimed by Great Qing, which means it's been taken by someone. Looks like the Heavenly Kingdom. Awkward. They currently have, this whole shtick. Now, unfortunately, if Hebei was one of the war goals of, Russia, they can't take it now, but hey baby, hey baby, hey babe. So we do see some of that. USA looks to be annexing Peru, Bolivia. Yeah. Really unfortunate here for, them. And you know what should have happened is they should have actually backed down and not let this war go through. They should have just backed down to I think it was just conquer Beria. I don't think these were all primary war goals, right? Someone correct me if I'm mistaken. But also they probably should have transferred Portugal as UK, but whatever. And so now you're putting as Team 2, you're putting yourself in a position where Team 3 wants to still enforce this cut down to size business, right? Because this is going to release a whole bunch of Spanish stuff if you cut the UK down to size, and the UK can still be cut down to size. So I don't like this. I don't like this play because I don't think. Well, you can't declare war on Germany. Maybe this is fine. Like maybe you just can't fight for first. If Germany just goes after Bavaria and then chills, maybe you can't make up the difference. I think you can make up the difference with Qing states. I'm not sure. This is interesting, though. But we do see, yeah. Prussia is also, one of the reasons why Prussia has worse militech than France is because Prussia had to rush pan-nationalism to do this. So that is a cost that you have to pay. And then you get the Prussian tech. Not the Austrian tech. Hungary has Prussian tech. Crazy. So... Yep, they're just fighting it. So, just taking a look at stuff. We have Germany, which is going after them. Hungary, which is not moving to the coast. I'm still unsure about this. I think you could take Wallachia and Serbia, even if you're going to sit inside here. Notably, Ottomans can release Wallachia, and then you can just go to war with them. So this is not a problem. But they have to negotiate that in team, yeah, same with Moldova, this sort of thing, but okay. And then, what is it? Ottomans are probably just chilling. They do have some infamy. They could go after Nejd. They could just be looking to chill. And I mean, the entire team might be in chill mode, because if Ottomans declare war, because I think they have a truce with France and UK now. Yeah, they do. And so if they don't declare any wars, then France and UK can't fight them. But if they declare wars, they can side against them. But you really can't get a lot out of that, other than war reps off of Kebab. So reverse sways are going to make a bit of a difference once that comes in. France has started a conquer state play against the Heavenly Kingdom. Looks like France is looking to rebuild to their former glory. Did they even build anything in Beijing? I hope they didn't. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Just kind of have normal starting stuff. Very normal looking. Shewa's looking big. Let's see. So France is trying to rebuild. UK is looking to peel some off of, Team 3, which I think that this play also just might be bad if the USA was... I think the teams were just not fast enough to join, and this sort of stuff. Also kind of keen on getting out of the PvP wars, because this does represent us moving at speed 3. We are moving at speed 3 in PvP to make things a little bit more smooth. But, yeah, Russia or USA should have joined in with Spain, I think. But maybe, like, do they have a truce with Russia? They do. And with USA? They do. Looks like the United States flag is fixed. So that's nice. France declined to have the UK take on their national debt. That is interesting. Players can't... Okay, they have accepted the debt. In general, you should probably have one person with the petite bourgeoisie happy, and you're getting, in particular, this bonus, treasury bonds. Well, is this not a locking tooltip? Oh my god. Alright, so treasury bonds gives 10% loan interest rate. If you can have one person be a GP and taking this, they should, in theory, take everyone else's debt. Okay. And we have, yeah. So, who haven't we covered? No, we pretty much just summarized what everyone's up to. I mean, Russia's still in this war with Great Qing, trying to take dirt from them. Team 2 is a bunch of murder hobos. That sounds about right. I mean, France is back up to 82 infamy. UK is cut down to sizable. In East India Company should be cut down to sizable as well with 355. I don't even know how they're finding all this. Yeah, they're just... I'm not noticing conquering all this. I think they should just be taking it instead of puppeting it as well. But... Okay, they can still be cut down to size, although I think they have pretty comprehensive truces here. And so we might be pulling into the end of the game where we might be hitting this period where everyone has to go after, once again, the rush for China again, because there are truces on everyone, and we're not going to get past the point where wars can be declared or this sort of thing. But I'm absolutely delighted to see, yeah, Brazil got released. Spain is just... They got shellacked by France, and now they're getting shellacked by UK. This is cruelty to the 9th pick. Who is, I believe this Pulferins was the person who was a friend of someone who was who filled at last minute. So he is really feeling the pain. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that might be his friend shellacking him. So there's that. Let's see, Lieutenant Potato. Oh, no, it's not his friend slacking him. Bavaria claims Bavaria. It do be like that sometimes. I'm curious as to why didn't you eat all of Bavaria? I don't really know. Going after Campania, I don't think that... In terms of infamy, this is not a very efficient play to take Campania. And now they're infamous, but I guess that's fine. To make a Tim pauses. You're allowed to pause if someone joins his Diplo play against you, but I'm guessing it's just this sort of thing. But if you take a look, it's only 3 million GDP, and it was probably 35, 25, this type of infamy level. If we take a look at, Jiangxi, it's not nearly 10 million GDP, and it's going to be 22 infamy. So I'm not sure I like, taking this individual state here. I liked it when it was Austria doing it, because Austria knew they were going to reset their infamy when they got released as Hungary. They would be set with 0 infamy. Really don't I mean, he's really pushing the tools, but why isn't he pushing this? Color me confused. I really think that if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it, but it's kind of my perception. But there's also a lot going on right now. You know, teams are probably arguing, discussing this type of stuff. Ooh, looks like Spain, when they got cut down to size, they got decayed into a power level that forced them to release Portugal anyways? Is that what's going on? Oh, when they got cut down to size, they had to release Portugal. Oh, well then, this is a mistake. Spain should have just left their asses. Why is, oh, did they start this war before they got cut down to size? I don't think this is a primary war goal. I don't think this was a primary war goal. Spain should have left their dusty asses and been like, see ya. Well, releasing Andalusia, how painful is that going to be? How much buildup has been done here? Doesn't look like it's going to be too bad. It looks like whatever eco he's built up has been more in northern portion of Spain. And notably, the release Andalusia, this cannot be, if you enforce cut down to size on Great Britain, you're only releasing these states back to Portugal. You're not releasing Andalusia back. And so this is going to be a bit uncomfortable on them. Looks like, who is this? Oh, poor France. So it looks like this is going to get enforced on by Qing, which is going to brick France's war goals to conquer Bengzi, Shangzi, and Hebei. So France has accumulated about 90 infamy for nothing, which is the risk of going for the Heavenly Kingdom here. Obviously, Beijing into Shangzi is kind of the best thing you can do. And so I certainly understand it, but Qing beat them to it. They cannot land here. Qing's going to enforce on the Heavenly Kingdom, and they're going to have nothing. They're going to have goose egg. And so the team that had come out swinging, looking extraordinarily strong, no longer does. And it might be the case that you just don't want to be the number one team. You know, when you hit the 2 hour mark, or the hour and a half mark, because you will be penetrated by various teams landing on your fronts, you know? Talking about opening fronts here. That is what we're talking about. And so that makes a whole lot of sense. You know, I think Team 2 has played this pretty well, as far as I am concerned. Pretty exciting PvP war, though. I think that... Oh, we just have it at top chat. Let's move it to live chat. Okay. China is ugly. I agree. It has been shellacked into a million pieces. Napoleon round 2. What country is he playing as the observer? I'm playing Go Beer. I think that this is the most innocuous country. I could have picked one of these ones as well. But these are the ones I am playing. And so I think this one's good. But this sort of thing. Murder hobos, etc. Mostly etc. And it looks like Spain has been enforced on. Oh, looks like they played nice. And they offered them a peace deal where they did not release Andalusia. Are you paying war reps? They're not even paying war reps. So they gave them the sweetheart deal. And they're not even... Huh. They gave them the play nice deal. Now, we haven't seen any of the talk in the Diplo thing, so I don't know... it doesn't look like they negotiated anything, but... we are seeing a situation where Germany, if they don't start any new plays, they cannot be broken down. If they start a play, Austria can be released. And so, same with the Ottomans. Ottomans have, like, truces with with a lot of people. I guess they don't have truces with, yeah, so they just need to be able to defend against Team 3, Team 1. And not start any wars, and they can maintain kind of where they're at. Otherwise, you know... Otherwise, if they start a war, then Team 1 and 3 can join. But then that's not going to have anything substantive at the end of it, right? There's not going to be enough to release. And so it's really... it's perhaps a situation where perhaps... Team 2 needs to think about fighting for second place and should have enforced on Spain, but by not enforcing on Spain, it seems to indicate to me that they are trying to fight for first, and I think there's no more PvP wars, so we are going to up the speed, as there are no more PvP wars. Oh, it looks like we have teams negotiating in the thing, and we are going to jump in.
During the invasion,
Hey,
you didn't
guys.
have any type of we didn't have any type of troops in the border.
Yeah, what
so
are we going after?
Cállate, Paul. The
You-
Grand-
you had-
You're
I think
on
Russia
stream.
should declare.
You guys are on stream, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I
I
could
think
guess
Russia should
what you're
declare and
negotiating.
release Austria.
Sorry,
Alright.
someone just made an announcement, guys. I think this changes it.
What do you mean?
What happened?
Well, you just said no more PvP.
No, I'm upping speed. You can do PvP.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
no more
declare
PvP in the
one.
moment. Okay.
He's just saying that
declare.
the speed's going up because there's no more
Yeah, the
PvP.
speed is going
That's
up.
not.
Yeah.
I cannot declare right now because I'm annexing Poland.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
when you're done. When you're done.
Yeah, you
Okay.
guys get out of bankruptcy. Come on.
That's exciting. Alright,
Um,
I'm back to
Spain.
org. So it looks like we are going to see another big war. I want to get a score update before we do that. So we're going to jump back to overlay of the score, and we are going to put in kind of the new situation. Austria, last check-in, was at 20 million. Now they're at 31.5 for a huge come-up. Prussia/Germany was at 64. Now they're at 71.5. The Kebab was at 25, and now they are at 34.5. Huge gain, a lot of it off of taking the dirt from the UK. And then here, let's take a look at France. They are at 36.7. They maybe don't realize that it's just team... If Russia declares, the Team 1 cannot join. Team 2 cannot join against Team 1 because they all have truces. UK is up from 55 million to 63.2. And so we might just see, Team 3 run into it. I try not to comment on things. Wow, a whopping 22 million upgrade for our East India Company, which is very respectable. They're doing quite well. I'm guessing they just annexed some big boyo. Hybridad's one of the biggest people they can annex, and they haven't annexed them yet. Russia has annexed some of the stuff they've released at start. They're up about 9 million, up to 55.6. USA was at 50.6 last check-in. They are up to 54.4, a modest gain. And Spain is probably down, or actually they were kind of left alone, but they're down a little bit. They're down from 14 million to 13 million, a nice even number. And we will get this updated score on the board for them, but I think that Team 1 is just in a position. There aren't truces. No one attempted to juggle or manage the truces in an especially effective way. And so this is kind of why we have the current situation as it stands now. And so we will put in the Diplo chat the new thing. Now, they are all in a chat room together, both teams 2 and 3. So probably not expecting them to chat too much in the Diplo chat. So we will probably just post this here and then let Team 1 sort of try and figure that out. But just enormous GDP growth from the German alliance, and they are just in a position where, yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing that can be done here, I don't think. Maybe. Maybe something can be done here, but it is, yeah. Team 2 is a bunch of... how do you avoid the 3v6? The idea is not to avoid the 3v6. The idea is that when one power... The idea is that the game is just fundamentally not balanced at the very start. And, for example, having a free-for-all where everyone tries to do whatever would obviously favor whoever just picks France at the game start, right? The idea is behind having 3 teams and having them be teams of 3 is to reach a state that's as balanced as possible where diplomacy becomes a central element of the game beyond just playing well. And so the idea is that if a team gets way too big... the two of the teams will gang up on it and cut them down to size, which is what had happened. France, UK, East India Company got too big. But what we saw was they got too big and they got cut down to size with cut down to size CB. There's no cut down to size CB on these guys. And so now that they're the biggest without a cut down to size CB, they are going to be really hard to, kind of dig out. And they aren't starting wars. And so it looks like they're going out of their way to avoid doing this type of thing because they're saying to themselves, hey, we have 88 million GDP growth. Notably, I think East India Company can pass them. Like, I think this is still a game. Like, Team 2 is in a position to, do well enough. Did we do France's update? Did I not update their GDP? I don't think I updated their GDP. I think I just did one team. What did I do? No, 36.7. Did I get everyone? I did get everyone. I'm losing it here. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I got everyone. But the Team 2 can still grow pretty quick. They have a bunch of potential to annex these guys. They can still fight for, I think, first place. I think they're in a decent spot, but they can't do it by just straight up fighting Team 2, or Team 1, rather. Team 2 can try and do this. Feels like you want to sandbag the first few hours of the game. That kind of sucks. It does feel like that. In theory, we can go multiple sessions, but we haven't gone multiple sessions yet. And I think it would be most interesting going multiple sessions, but we have problems with not having all the same players to return in this sort of thing. And so it is... in theory, multiple sessions would also change what the metagame looks like because it would punish you for sort of sandbagging in different ways. But in some ways, they've sandbagged the amount of infamy they've generated. They've looked to not generate a ton of infamy, except with Austria. Austria generated a ton of infamy, but once they become Hungary, it's just all erased. And so, yeah. And now we have this situation. Japan is free. Good for them. Free from the French influence. I guess they still got the British influence. Russia, I think, is not taking the most efficient provinces here either. These provinces aren't worth too much. These are the Chinese provinces. These are the droids you're looking for. And I think that if there's a collective... If Team 3 fights Team 1 and doesn't receive help from Team 2, which I don't think that they can... Well, it looks like they're not even annexing Poland. Yeah. But if they declare on Team 1, Team 2 can't even help them out, because Team 2 has truces. And it would be an offensive war. It would not, so I don't think they can do anything here. Still a little curious to not see Hungary going for anything. I think they should, at the very least, go for Wallachia and Serbia. But, okay. They're focused on ecoing up. I think France's execution was also relatively good. I think that the problem was the strategy, of the uber high infamy. Puts you in a spot where, since this team's expansion has been slow, Team 2, again, Team 1, it's very hard to go after them. And Team 1, I thought, had the weakest draft. They had Prussia, Austria, and Kebab. Team 2 had Great Britain, France, and EIC. I thought that this was the strongest draft, but they just got cut down to size, so all their work at the beginning has basically been undone, and none of Team 1's work has been undone, and Russia would probably be in a better situation if they didn't release a bunch of their guys at the very start. And so I think the game would look actually extremely close if it wasn't for that situation with Russia between Team 1 and 3. I think that Team 3 is the stronger team in terms of the draft picks. But I don't know. We will see if they can do anything here against Germany. you know, or if Russia is content to just try and expand their GDP. And notably, well, they probably won't. Team 1 probably won't try and cut down to size Russia or EIC or something like this. But they could. I think the problem is then they will get dogpiled. And so it's created a tense sort of peace. Hungarians have 0 army, all in the economy. You are correct. I still think they should take Wallachia. They should just build 20 battalions and take it. They should at the very least have 1 or 2 battalions where they should have a level 1, you know, barracks in a lot of places. Because when you build the initial barracks, you will suffer the penalty for changing PMs. And so you can sit on 1 barracks, and then with the idea that you can increase it to 20 relatively quickly. Also, this is on 1.3.4, so players probably don't have an appreciation for the recruitment speed is now slower, and so they might be having trouble on that front. But yeah, very caked up German Empire. Austria took a ton of land, got a ton of infamy, and then pieced the fuck out of there, and could no longer be cut down to size because they got annexed by Prussia in a low infamy way, and then got released into Hungary, which I think is exactly the strategy to do. You know, I've been bullish on these picks, and they've underperformed the past 2 sessions, and now we see them really performing quite well, and so pretty happy about that. Pretty happy to see it. Great Britain's taking on the East India Company's debt. This makes a whole lot of sense, although they are all GPs. Yeah. Jin Kuz said, really enjoyed everything about this week's game without Qing being picked. There were many interesting plays. Team 1 had a really good strategy. We finally saw ground Germany. Yeah, I think that the strategy is really good. I think that the players just didn't want to deal with what they perceived would be the day 1 shellacking of Great Qing. They just all decided they didn't want the headache. Which is maybe the correct play, but I think that it's so interesting how the draft turned out without a Qing draft. How Kebab was picked over Qing, right? Spain was picked over Qing. And it's just the idea that you don't want to enter with like a minus 30 million GDP when you have UA and a Yunnan released, which these are probably the 2 best releasables. Yeah, and we finally saw big Germany, and it just... I think the execution was maybe not the best in the past 2 sessions. The execution here looked great. For whoever's going to get the generalist point, I have to think about it. But I kind of wanted to give it to France earlier. I think France has been playing well tactically, just strategically. The idea of, I think that generating a ton of infamy is not the way to go. But virtually what? Okay, never mind. I thought this was East India Company. I was very confused. But yeah. So, also these guys can still trade with the AI, with all the low infamy, and the other people can't. I think this week had more skilled players. I feel like this game could have been the first one that goes more than 1 session. If we can get every player to return, we might do that. I was thinking of every 4th week, though, maybe doing something weird or a little bit different in terms of an entirely different format, but we can see how many players can be on board. If like 2 or more players cannot play next week, I think that we will not continue next week. Also, if the game looks absolutely psychotic, we won't. Only a temporary limit. You wonder if a day limit to Dominion puppet conquest plays only, so Liberate, Free, Conquer would keep China as fun to play. I generally want to keep the game as high powered as possible, and so I want to let people do anything that they want. Like you can reset your infamy, you can regime change your allies pretty aggressively. You think someone on Team 1 should get the bonus points? That's kind of what I think. I'm kind of leaning towards... maybe I could let them decide who they think should get the bonus point. Because it's difficult to evaluate now who's, like, eco is, like, doing better, right? Because of this whole thing. And they think they've all played relatively well. So I don't really know who it should go to on the team. Paul 34 is managing German Empire now. And I might let them vote who gets it. So this sort of thing. But we do not see... Russia can declare a cut down, or they can declare war on the German Empire. They don't have a truce. But I think that... let's move back to the score kind of overlay. I think that... I'm not really sure what the strategy should be for Team 3 here. But they have a higher percentage GDP growth than Team 2, but it's not going to matter as long as Team 1 has bigger nominal growth and percentage growth in terms of the standings. So maybe they just have to try and fight, somehow convince... What would be a very interesting play is if they went to Team 1 and said, look, we can't get first place, but what we can do is not... I don't think... No, everyone has a truce with UK and France. Yeah. Does everyone have a truce with the East India Company, though? Yeah, they should have a truce with everyone. But, I was thinking that maybe, you know, as Team 3, you could try and fight for first or for second place with Team 1's help, which would be a poor strategy if you're going multiple sessions. If you're going multiple sessions, you should always try and have the second and third place team coordinate to interfere with the first place team, which is kind of what we're seeing. Great Britain is just accumulating more and more infamy, puppeting the Japanese shogunate here. Curious that they did not go for the full annex. I think they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that might be just one too many states for you to be able to full conquer. You know, they are just blasting the infamy. Man, poor France. They got their war goals bricked. They were coming for Beijing, Shaanxi, and I think Hebei, and they all got bricked from the Heavenly Kingdom. But, I mean, it makes sense. Looks like they're putting down this revolt fairly easy, and annexing Chile, it looks like, from the USA perspective. Russia is just finished with Lithuania, and they said they were going to... Yeah. No, they're involved in this now, but they said they were going to declare on German Empire. I'm not sure we see that happen. I'm not sure we see that materialize. But okay. Is Spain making any moves? No, they're not. And then we have Germany, Hungary, Ottomans, who have they have not declared a war in some time. And I think the idea is they just don't want to get war reps enforced on them, and they know they can just cruise and maintain this first place position, or they think they can. They might get edged out on the nominal growth by Team 2 here. Team 2 can get more nominal growth, but they have to have better... They can't be in third place on the percentage growth, otherwise they will not, they will not get first place. So if they have first place on nominal growth and third place on percentage growth, they will lose to a first and second place from Team 1 with a first place in percentage growth, which they seem to have locked up. Is Russia on professional army? Probably not. They're on peasant levies. Russia is also a lot better in the light of the fact that you can regime change your allies, but they didn't do that. There was also no infamy resetting on day one. Nobody infamy reset, which obviously would have been very, very strong in this game in retrospect. If France could have had 100 less infamy, or UK could have had 100 less infamy, they would probably still be in first, and Team 1 would be still looking strong though. Notably, Team 1 can reset infamy as well. You can't reset infamy on Great Britain though, actually, because you release all your subjects, but you can on France. Unless it's not bugged anymore, but I'm not sure whether or not it's bugged. I haven't tested this on 1.3.4, which the players generally voted to play on 1.3.4, which is why we're playing on that today. But we are having fewer problems on that one. We can't employ up all the way. We can't even do sawmills here and go beer. Yeah, the truth hurts. This is not a time for go beer. to be. We are 45 minutes remaining. I'm going to let the teams know that there is 45 minutes remaining in before we do the score. And this sort of thing. Gonna double check chat in my pop out. Yeah, it's the same. Cool beans. But we do see this kind of turn into a mellow thing. Now, the Hindustan Rebellion, East India Company has some interesting things where, how should I say, they can get like broken up in various ways, and I'm not sure all the nuances and ins and outs of how this works. But I think if they get released, they're probably safe from implosion from this thing. But if we see them implode, that'll be a thing. We see them also trying to annex Hybridad, and this is what I was talking about. They have hidden, kind of a big GDP growth bump. And, with them just constantly annexing and with them expanding and with Team 1 trying to chill and consolidate. Ooh, that's not very chill. Where did that 34 come from? Okay. With Team 1 trying to chill and consolidate, they will not be able to grow their GDP at the same rate that Team 2 can. And so we might see Team 2, if they can annex off a whole bunch of these guys before the end of the game, they might be enough to make it work. You're not sure why East India Company went free? The UK freed them at the start. If the game were to go massively longer, it would have been a huge long-term handicap. It would have been a long-term handicap. I think you're not supposed to do it on day 1. At the very least, because you get a ton of turmoil, and the turmoil turns into devastation, or you get a bunch of turmoil, basically, from this. You also have turmoil from whatever, but the event, when you get released, gives you a ton of turmoil, which impedes construction, and I think you're supposed to try and get up to, like, 100, 150 construction, and then get released, is my guess what the strategy is, but I don't have I'm not super confident. It looks like they are losing to Hybridad right now, though. So that's kind of, and these guys are continuing to just chill. I really think Hungary should take Wallachia and Serbia, at the very least, and possibly also Moldova. And Russia said they were going to go after them, but they're not. Let's see if they're all still in the same VoIP. Nope, they're all in their own VoIPs. So this is a thing. But this is going to be a huge source of income. I do not see where Russia, Spain, and USA really have a lot of paths to, boost their GDP. Considering Russia's annexed almost all their subjects that they have, they can take Great Qing provinces, but they have a truce. USA does not have a truce, but they do have to worry about going over 100 infamy. They notably have finished annexing both Peru, Bolivia, and Chile, and their GDP is not very good, but that's because a lot of it is in this. But I don't see how they expand their GDP enough to really compete, so I think this is between Team 1 and 2 for the most part. If you do it before researching pan-nationalism, then you're stuck in South Bengal until multiculturalism. You can't harness the pop at all. You can harness some of it, but yeah. You can, in particular, you could wait, but then you suffer all the negative effects of being a minor power. I mean, I think that I think you should have the East India Company in with the UK, but I'm not hyper confident. But I think that even if you're not going to do it, you should build up to 150 construction. I don't know if that's inconsistent with what I said earlier, but that's what I meant to say. And so, in terms of Germany, Hungary, Ottomans, I don't like that they're declaring 0 wars, I think. I don't know how I feel about this, but I think they're just trying to... Well, actually... Maybe I do like it. It's tough. They're not expanding, right, their growth at all. And so, but they're also not making themselves vulnerable to people joining their play. I think that is what their concern is. They don't want the other two teams to jump in on a singular play. And so this is, okay, this is the situation. But if they continue doing this, I actually think that France, UK, Great Britain France, UK, East India Company can catch up, especially with East India Company having all of these annexes available. Look how many subjects they have. They are just primed. Negative, you get lower infamy conquest. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh yeah, you do get lower infamy conquest. You have less tech spread in particular is kind of the biggest one, I think. The interest rate is the biggest one, but you can just have UK continuously take on your debt, so you can deficit spend even as the East India Company. So maybe, yeah, I mean, especially because we're like infamy matters. They're up to 100 million here, and in the last check-in, let's see. In the last check-in here, what was it? Oh, we gotta pull up the other tab. They were, in the last check-in, they were at 90 million. Now they're at 100 million. So, you know, if Team 1 isn't careful, they can lose control of this. Because if Team 2 gets first place in nominal growth, and let's just kind of quickly go into it. If Team 2 gets first place in nominal growth and second place in percentage growth, then they're the winner. Even if Team 1 is first place in percentage growth and second in nominal growth, because that is how the tiebreakers shake out. And I don't think that they're aware of how much East India Company can really annex here. Or if they're not paying attention, you know, picking up Burma, 2.7 million, 3.5 million, a bunch of 3.8, you know, there's just a bunch in here, and you can pick these up in a relatively timely fashion. And so the problem is you're still on, you know, this percentage GDP growth, so you have to somehow pull ahead of Team 3. But other than this, you know, it is possible here for Team 2 to catch up if Team 1 is not careful, or if Team 1's not a little bit more aggressive, rather. Because if Team 1 starts conquesting again, they should be fine. But it looks like they are committed to not generating any opportunities for them to do anything about this truce. Now, when is this truce even up? 12 weeks left? The truce is up, my guys. And we still have just over 30 minutes to go. You know, and so can you enforce on Germany fast enough? Has Germany moved their capital? They have. Let's go, baby. They've moved it into Bavaria. That's going to be a hard-to-tickle capital. Not only this, yeah, that's going to be very hard to tickle. And so if you want them to release Austria, good luck with that. Ottomans, did they move their capital to Ayudin? No, they did not. This is probably the preferred, Ankara is probably the preferred spot, but it's not that easy to defend anyways. And Hungary, of course, you're not going to be able to take much off of them. So, looks like they're ready for it. They're bracing. They're not starting any new wars. And what's this? Netherlands versus the East India Company. That's kind of funny. What is that even over? Transfer Dutch East Indies and Dutch war reparations. Well, they're just flat out going for it, aren't they? And, you know, we might see negotiations from Team 1. We see Kazan being reintegrated. We might see negotiations from Team 1 with someone to try and, or with Team 3, to try and convince Team 3 to stay out of it. I'm not sure if Germany... Well, I think Germany, Hungary, Ottomans is weaker in a 1v1. But I'm not sure you're going to get this enforcement off very easily. You have to get to Bavaria. And so, are they going to try for this, or are they going to try and outspeed them? This is kind of the question. Great Britain, and also, if they're going to keep declaring wars, then they can't really do it. It's like, East India Company is basically said, we're not going to... Either the team's not coordinated, or they're not going to start a war as soon as the 4 weeks are up. Or maybe they can. They actually probably can. This is probably fine. And so, perhaps we are going to see another large PvP war where, again, the teams 2 and 3 are uniting against the first place team to try and take them down. Although, the margins are much smaller now. in by the lead by which they have. You know, these guys are up to 82 million. Let's just take a look at their growth. Or maybe we can do another kind of one of these where let's put up the correct thing. Yeah, the score overlay is up, and we are going to do an update on the GDP score for the teams before there's maybe a huge war before this breaks out. So Austria-Hungary was at 34 before, or 31 before, and now they're up to 45.7, so they're flying. They are in pure construction mode. Notably, they are being fed money by the German Empire, so this is helping to prop them up. In particular, we have Prussia-Germany has up 10 million to 81.6. And Kebab is up to 42 million from 34 point. So they've also, all three of these players have just been really good at ecoing up. But now it's looking like they have 350% growth with 120 million GDP. That is spooky. Let's take a look at Great Britain. Great Britain is up to 74 million, so up about, last check-in they were in the 60s. So 74.9. France is up to 41.1. Not too much of a recovery. And this is unfortunate for them. That's 150 million. That's really not necessarily in... there's like... So East India Company doesn't have the mill tech, I don't think. But they're up to 103 million. So they've had a lot of growth. But it looks like just ecoing up, you know, they have... One has managed to pull even further ahead, just ecoing up. And let's take a look at Russia before they annex these guys. Actually, we'll do Russia last because they might annex these guys first. The US is up to 50.9, so they're down after last, or since last check-in. Spain is at, let's take a look, 13.6, so they haven't moved very much at all. And then Russia, which is about to annex these boyos here, they are at 66.2, so they have picked up about 11k, or sorry, 11 million. And so now we have, you know, Team 2 is at a position where they probably have to try and get nominal growth, number one, first place, and second place in percentage growth, unless they can completely kneecap, you know, the peoples. And so we're going to upload this kind of updated score here. But it is looking pretty solid for Team 1, and we did not see a war immediately declared when this is over. So they are just content, I think, to stop expanding, just chill, and we might have another PvP war here, but they are just, you know, they say we're in the lead now, we're in good shape, things are going along. I suppose we could take a look at some of the ecos of these guys. Let's take a look at some of the resources and where they are being built, because it looks like people are in eco mode quite a bit here. So let's take a look. So where's all the fabric coming from in the world? Looks like it's mainly over here. It looks like they might be building out fabric actively here. No, just super productive. There's a little bit, but it is coming mainly from the sub farms. Wood, we are seeing a lot being developed in Russia. It looks like a lot being developed up here in particular. Wait, why is there so much wood up here? Is it really just... It can't be from there. Oh, just a second. Let's roll this back. We have to look at production. So there we go. When we're looking at the fabric production, we do see some of the East India Company subjects are going for it. Some of these subjects are going for quite a lot of fabric. There's a decent amount down here, this sort of thing. It looks like USA might be actively building it. I wonder if they're feeding it to their team. This sort of thing. So that's interesting. Generally, I think wood is kind of the best thing to go for. We are looking at production. So it looks like the production is primarily kind of where you want it, where you have the huge bonuses. A lot's coming on in there. We have Delhi in there. We have Sichuan, which is the highest wood province in China. Notably, this is not a player leading China, but it is a vulnerable spot if it gets released. And we see like full wood production there, which is a big source of their economy. You know, taking a look at, not hardwood. Oh, I don't have any other goods in my market. I want to look at iron in the market. I can't look at iron in the market because I don't have steel working. Or I don't have a way to create a demand for iron because I can't swap to wrought iron tools. This is a travesty. Let's take a look at who's producing the most tools, though. Yeah, it is Joey here in Hungary. He's been subbing those tools and building them up tall. He insists the subsidies are great and fantastic. I think if you're playing as someone who's being fed money inside someone's market, they also probably get a bit better. But I believe the idea is that they're exporting. Now, let's take a look at the German market, and we can take a look at tools. What's going on with these tools? They're being built only, and are there any going out? I don't see buy orders from trade routes. Oh, there's 1K there. And they are going out to the German market, the French market. They're going out to France. France can embargo Germany here to make this kind of a little bit more painful. And, yeah. Start import routes from everyone? Can I import? I don't know if I can import the good without having a demand for it. Oh, I'm isolationist. I am isolationist. So, but I could swap to someone else. I don't think I want to do that. That might affect performance or make the players... I could swap to China. Grim. Grim. Let's take a look at the Diplo. If anything is happening. No, it is just my update on the score. We'll leave that there. But let's take a look at clothes. Clothes is another big one. Where are they being produced? Looks like we still have a lot in here. We have a decent amount of specialization. We do see a pause. I am suspecting maybe there's a PvP. Nope, doesn't look like a PvP war. But they might be getting ready for it. They might just be waiting out this war. Hello?
Sorry to bother you. We are seeing that stuck on 11th of July. Would you mind doing rehost, maybe?
We're stuck? Okay, we are stuck on 11th of July. Okay. I'm going to pause and rehost. That makes sense.
Thank you.
So we will kind of... Alright. Just double saving. And end game. Makes sense. Are having some technical difficulties. We had a lot last week, but hopefully we can kind of keep the stream kind of active. Or actually, I'll just go into their chat. Okay, they came in here. So, how are you guys feeling about things? We are currently rehosting, so give the stream your thoughts.
I am amazed how well our plan worked, first off.
I'm excited too. I've been bullish on Prussia-Austria pairing in the past 2 sessions, and they have not performed well at all in the past 2 sessions.
Yeah, and the first session they made a mistake of choosing Prussia after someone else took Austria.
Yeah, also, another thing is that our team has a strong suspicion that Team 3 is going to gang up on us. We have a strong suspicion.
I wonder
They're
why.
all ganging on us.
What gives you that impression?
Yeah.
Is there a reason?
I don't know. Maybe because they've been literally doing what we've been, hadn't last week.
But another thing is that how are you going to count the with Hungary? Are you going to count the original GDP from 1836 or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, Hungary's past France.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They're not building.
You guys can go back to your channel.
Okay.
Maybe try to persuade them not to attack us, please.
No, I'm not going to interfere in that way.
That's fair enough.
We'll have a World War One.
Or maybe I need to go to these guys, actually. But they understand what's going on, and this, I'm guessing, is why they have not started a single war here. Is my suspicion. We will overlay the score. And I think we'll just jump into their team. Okay. Alright, so you guys, while everyone's loading in, why don't you give your thoughts to the stream on how things are going? You know, obviously you guys got a spanking earlier.
No, it was a tie. I say World War One ended in a tie.
Did it?
Only France got cut down. It was 6-3-3, and only one of us got cut down, and it was France. That was the least.
You lost like
least,
50 million
compared
GDP.
to the last time.
Oh yeah, I guess
I
we
was
did.
UK the last time. Compared to the last time, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you didn't. You only got cut down to size. You didn't get eviscerated with your guts spilled on the floor. That is true.
We're still in the game. No,
I did get fucked by
You
the.
are.
Sorry. I did get screwed by the bankruptcy. I didn't think it would last that long.
The bankruptcy is painful. We need someone else is not in here. Is that on your team?
Should be joining. Maybe it's me.
He's in
That's
here.
me.
He's just not talking.
No, I mean in the.
okay.
There's only 8 other players. There should be 9.
I'm in the
it's-
loading screen.
I need to restart
Yeah.
my client. Okay. 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 I'm not super used to. Alright, we will exit to desktop. So, I also see that you guys and Team 3 are in the same voice chat.
Yes, the Germans have broken the Treaty of Versailles. They are building the Wehrmacht higher than what was agreed upon. There was no agreement, by the way. It's just one.
Yeah. I was about to comment.
And we will not stand for this.
Will you sit for it, though? You seem to be spectating it.
I'm not even in game. Hold up.
Yeah, I restarted my client.
Yeah.
They notably have not like started a single war since annexing Bavaria.
Yeah, they've just been building up their troops. We've been watching the German army count go up from like 200 to 300 to 400, now to 600.
Have you been watching the
I don't know how
Hungarian army count?
Isn't it 0?
Yeah.
What are they
It's zero.
planning there?
I still don't know how they can maintain such numbers of troops. Like,
Their eco's big.
I'm about to catch up to Germany.
It's not as big as your guys's though. Alright. I'm gonna hear from Team 3 now.
Alright,
So you guys can go back into Team 3 or Team 2.
Alright. We'll go back to Team 3.
Okay. Let them know.
Hello.
So, how are things going for you guys?
Yeah, we are trying to advocate chaos, I guess, in the sense that we try to knock down whoever is at the top and just team up with whoever, not being an...
I think this is the way to go. I think that you guys are definitely clearly in like last place right now.
We have some difficulties.
But I felt so bad for Spain when they were getting cut down to sized. Who's playing Spain?
It is Paul Friends.
Oh, something you could have done, which is a little bit gamey, is you could have backed down to France, got cut down to size, and then enforced on Brazil.
Yeah.
But that was that's like a super 5-head play, because the Brazil puppet was worth way more than what you were losing to France. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. He's I think he's a little newer, so we've been trying to help him.
When we lost to France, I had the truce for Pastures.
You had what?
He already...
A truce with Morocco and Brazil, so it didn't matter.
I see. No, I'm saying when you were moving to puppet Brazil, if you had backed down versus France before you enforced on Brazil, you would have kept the Brazil war and you would have just puppeted Brazil.
Oh,
I understand.
Yeah. But that's like a very strange type of play to make if you're not used to it. It is the one.
Yeah.
well, I will still lose Morocco with that.
Yeah, you would lose Morocco, and Portugal, but you'd get to keep Brazil.
Yeah. And
How do you guys feel about Team One, or Team One forming Mega Germany?
Yeah, yeah.
That's really when it got pretty scary. But at the time, France and UK were far scarier.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That's,
yeah.
Yeah, you guys like lopped like 50 million GDP off of them.
Yes.
I just wish we could have gotten it on Great Britain as well, but I forgot to move my capital.
Yep. I
did.
I was commenting that in the game or to the stream that was one of the features. Yeah. Did you guys see that Germany moved their capital?
We did not.
Spoilers. Yeah, spoilers. I'm trying not to help teams when I'm asking questions, but also a lot of the questions are like, there's somewhat hints, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were concerned about that too, but apparently Russia did forget it. Unfortunately, happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had my capital already in fucking how it's called. I don't know.
Are you the USA player, right?
I am USA. Yes. I have my capital in next to Ohio.
Yeah, just deep in there.
Yeah, kind of. I was thinking about New York, but then you have the same problematic.
No, yeah, you don't want New York. I think like Nebraska is pretty good.
The biggest problem that we ran into was when EIC puppeted Mexico before the US could.
Well, you guys you tried to get in on that China thing.
Yeah. we prioritized the wrong thing.
Probably.
Yeah, I was conflicted, but we thought it even happened that everybody goes after China, but I didn't expect EIC that's becoming a great power to puppet Mexico before the US can. So yeah. Was not something I could have foreseen.
Just pain.
Maybe better. Yeah.
That was another interesting one. The EIC's been making some money moves. Is that let's see, is Alfred's not you guys, so we still need the Spain player in. Does the Spain player have the code?
No, yeah, I have it.
Okay.
I thought Alfred just joined.
Yeah, Alfred's joining right now, and now we have everyone in here.
Okay.
But yeah, any ideas why the crash might have happened? Did you guys like put in 15 landings somewhere or something?
No.
I don't see any worse.
No. I don't have troops for that.
Well, you only need 15. 15 troops and 15 boats. And a dream.
I have money, not troops.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I am nearly bankrupt or close to, or I needed a long time some help from Spain.
Yeah, Spain bankrolling America is pretty interesting.
Oh, that's what was going on? Okay.
Yeah.
Because Spain's GDP like was not very it was not going up by a lot, but like
no,
that would explain it if you're constructing primarily in the US. The US has some good states, so like that's sensible.
Yeah. I am getting back up again after my revolution. That went quite good because now I got laissez-faire as well, so I am looking to
that is nice.
I tried like 5 years already to get laissez-faire. It was real hard.
Polfems, are you in?
Please?
I'm in.
Okay, you guys go back to your chat, and I'm gonna unpause in 5 seconds.
Okay.
And we are back, stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have a go. I guess maybe I should have run it past the other team. And now we will catch up with the chat after the brief interlude of talking to stuff. Start import routes from everyone or look in someone else's market. Yeah, I can't do that. GameStop, thank you for letting me know. I noticed it after they commented, though. Ask about Spain, about what happened that they didn't take anything. I can ask them, but I know the answer. The reason they didn't take anything off of Spain is because they immediately wanted to turn around and do something about the Germans. And so it was a good faith type of thing. Although I don't know why they didn't take off of Portugal. Because Portugal was no longer a Spanish subject. I guess I could ask them that later. Germany go first, ask later. Tell Russia to set capital in Kazan and to not release Kazan next time. Yeah, big brain energy. Put the capital in Kazan. Kazan seems like a fine place to put it. I assume you could just put it deeper. I don't know exactly what it's based on. Cultures where you can move your capital, and so yeah, this is all Russian. Yeah, you can put it kind of wherever. So like, probably like right here is really good. Tobolsk or something might be like best. This is pretty deep in there. Good luck landing and enforcing on Russia from there. You know. And Russia and Austria in particular probably have the deepest capital points that you can put things. Yeah, the Bavaria is so strong as a spot for the capital. It's going to be pretty grim. And I am super interested that they pointed out 615 battalions. They are not getting cut down. But I think at this point it might make sense to base race them as France, UK, East India Company, where they, instead of going for, you know, trying to kneecap them, which I think they're waiting for East India Company to finish up their play to do. Instead of going for this, you just try and expand, gain infamy. If you're team 2, that is, just expand and look to, you know, just grow your GDP faster and somehow pull ahead of team 3 in percentage growth GDP in order to get the second place. Because I don't even know if releasing Austria does it here. That's the play, like release Austria. Or actually, I don't even know if you can release... Oh, you can release both Austria and Prussia. So normally, if the capital's up here, you can't release Prussia. Because you can't... Your capital is where Prussia is. But now that the capital's down here, and this is Bavaria, this is probably geographically the best spot. But maybe strategically, it makes more sense to put it in Austria, specifically for the reason, or actually it might have just been better in Austria, that way they can't release Austria, because now they can release Austria and Prussia. Can they support that much army? Will Germany run shortages? I don't know. Let's take a look at their market. So they notably will be consuming an enormous amount of ammo right now, and ammo is only plus 16%, so I think they can support it. But just barely. They'll probably be scraping the bottom of the barrel, that one. We can look and see where they're producing it. So there's some... Yeah, they have some in the new capital. They have a bunch right here. So if Rhineland gets run over, right? Oh, and they're adding 5 there. There really wasn't... So they're adding 5 there right now. But if there's enough devastation, I believe that affects throughput. So maybe that's not the best place to have it. But I believe they will... They are certainly preparing for this eventuality that this could happen. And so, yeah. And so we'll take a look at the Diplo overlay, which is... And we will put something in there so you can't read it, so no one else can join the game. Little ASDFs the stream can't see. Not that you couldn't just rewind and pause and try and join the game that way. Would prefer it if that doesn't happen. What is this? Oh, okay. Persia just joined against them. UK notably probably wants to annex Persia here, and East India Company can annex Mexico, which does have 10 million GDP. So, I mean, kind of moving back to the score tab, I really think that, you know, France, UK, and Russia might be able to, or yeah, France, UK, East India Company might be able to pull out the win just by pulling ahead in nominal growth and ignoring the military, because Germany is paying so much for this right now. And Oh, the UK is also paying a ton. Wow. UK is paying so much for military right now. That's wild. Let's just take a look through the team's militaries and kind of see combined scoring. So Hungary has no... Oh, Hungary's building up a military. I was about to say Hungary has no military, but they do. The Germany has 600 battalions. So we want to focus on power projection. So that's around 600 plus, 4,900. So 5,500 plus 2K. So this is around 7,500 total military for Team 1. For Team 2, it's, 4,400 plus 2,100. So this is 6,500 plus, so 6,800. So they have less power projection on all of Team 2 combined. But it's just a little bit less than the German team. And then here we have around 3K plus USA, which USA is not hard to evaluate. So it says, it's this much, but you have a ton of battalions, but it's also, you might not be ready for that. They were talking about bankruptcy. So let's just call it 5K. I know that this isn't 2K, but let's just call it 5K. Oh wait, East India. I messed up. So 5K plus this, so it's around 5,300 for Team 3. And sorry, on these two, I combined the wrong teams. They have around 4,500. They're really ramping it up too. They have around 2,200, so that's 6,700 plus the East India Company, 60, 70. So their military is bigger. Now, whether or not the East India Company has worse PMs, and I think the PMs are significant, and I think, well, so does the Kebab. So Kebab and East India Company. Wait, Kebab is way better than the East India Company in terms of power projection. Also, it affects how much you're paying the military, affects power projection in a way that doesn't... So we're... what are we on? Mobile artillery and skirmish. Oh, Kebab is on skirmish. They've prioritized it. And East India Company... I don't know what tech they've been researching, but they are not on skirmish. They are on mobile artillery, but they are not on skirmish. So, we are going to probably see a situation where... Yeah, I don't know. It looks like a war is brewing, but they're not dowing it, and they're running out of time as well. And so, you gotta... Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. And a rev pops at the exact moment the war is declared. That has to be catastrophic. What is that about? And so, we see a pause. Tired Star is kind of aggressive with the pausing. We have found... If there's, we're going to slow it down to speed 3, and we are going to unpause as soon as it is available. And they should be able to do that. Oh no! Okay. No.
Hello, I just dropped.
Yeah, it looks like everyone dropped, or multiple people dropped.
Yeah, it's still on.
Me and UK player definitely dropped.
Did the rev
also.
happen before or after you dropped?
Warning, the game is gonna end in like 5 minutes anyway. According to your 45 minutes.
That is right. Yeah. So I think we might just take the score now then.
What?
That hurts for us. We're about to declare war.
We
still have a truce.
Okay, then we can try and set up a new game, but I have to restart my client, get everyone in, and there's no way you enforce in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's also true.
You'd be surprised.
I can finish some things in 3 minutes, but I can't finish a war like that in 3 minutes.
I'm just saying, we have the GDP and the troops. And we just need to defend for
all 6 of us together, you're not going to be able to take.
Britain is out of a fight, pretty much.
I'll be back.
Britain is revving, and the rest of the team combined has roughly the same power projection as Germany.
They can take them, I believe.
But I think the larger point.
Not fast enough.
So the larger point I think is that you guys don't have enough time to do it, and I don't want to extend the time frame, even though this is like a critical and huge war. But what we can do is, is anyone unavailable for next week?
You want to continue this for
Maybe,
once?
Well, this
I'm
one
totally unavailable for next week. Sorry.
you're not
Yeah,
available.
he has,
Do you think you can go
uni
back to the
exams.
state where I wasn't in Revolution?
Was the
No.
revolution part of? Was that?
Yeah,
Did that happen on your
That
watch?
was accidental.
I don't care that it's
they just
accidental.
broke
Was
out.
it on your watch?
No. So no.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
it was. Yeah. So I'm gonna load the game. We're not gonna unpause. We're gonna get everyone in here. I think then we do it. We get everyone in the game so they can see what's going on. But we're not gonna unpause and we're not gonna continue. Instead, we're gonna continue this next week.
Okay.
Does this still count as a game?
This
Or
still
not?
counts as a game. I have to decide
Alright,
how
then.
it's going to be scored. If it's going to be scored together with the previous session, or if it's going to be scored entirely separate. I'm thinking it's going to be together with the previous session, given the fact that you guys are declaring on Germany right now.
Come on.
I like
Worked so hard. This is actually.
Are you going to take the GDP before I broke out into revolution?
I'm gonna use the GDP
I think that's fair.
that you had. I'm gonna use the
Let's leave it
GDP
weak.
you had at the previous checkpoint.
Okay.
So you will be punished a certain percent. There was also, by the way, no way that you resolved that revolution before the 115, right?
I don't know why they broke out. They were only at 70%. I don't know. I'm calling.
Maybe one of the events gave
you
you like
probably
minus 20.
let the event tick. It didn't go to the event, and it ticked something bad, and then you rev ticked at the same time.
I didn't even have an event on, but I don't know.
You
what
didn't
happened.
even see an event is probably the correct kind of evaluation of what things are going
I just finished
Well, I know
an
what
event.
you-
and then
how you
another
feel,
one. I don't know.
I'm gonna take
I-
a look at scores, and you guys are free to talk about what's going on currently or thoughts and
Yeah,
stuff.
about the rebellion. My private single-player game. Pretty much the same happened to me too. Even though there was no event, like the tick got over and I got like 20 at once.
Yeah,
You
Also-
get
That's
more
annoying.
depending on how big it is.
it's the same.
Yeah, but it went up like by 5 forever, but it's suddenly 20. I don't know.
But the radicalism was only medium. I don't know what's happening.
It might be
I guess-
1.3.4. You guys voted to play on it.
I
Connection to
don't know
host
what
time
this
now.
update does.
I had
By the
similar
way-
problems.
Oh, we were so confused at the start with.
Everyone went in the wrong lobby.
Much saying Great Ching got a thing on their own counties.
Oh, it's because it got
That's-
conquered.
Yeah, but we didn't even see the wars. We didn't notice there were wars, and we just saw Great Ching got claims of that, and they suddenly had like a bunch of land.
Okay, someone was trying
And
to.
apparently Great Ching even surrendered their land to them.
Yeah, I was curious why they backed down, but it's probably because they were involved
Yeah.
in multiple plays.
Yeah, but then I declared a war as well on Great Ching for only one county, with having like war reps and open market as like side effects that weren't primary targets to incentivize that they give up, because they do actually. Why they were at war with Russia and they just went for it. So against me, for people.
So you're saying that we will do it next week?
Yes, at the same
Before-
time.
But
If
I can,
Maybe.
I cannot be next week for another game.
okay, then we will. As long as we don't need to fill, I think
Okay,
we
keep
will
space
fill your.
connection host timed out, by the way.
Huh?
Did you restart your game, Generalist?
I did.
Okay, then I don't know what's going on.
I
Okay,
am
you
still
can
on
watch the
loading
stream.
screen.
You can watch the stream. This is just so people can like look around. Because we are calling it here. I'm just putting in the scores. So
By the
if-
way,
Let me
Um,
tell my piece. I'm the Ottoman player. If this goes on next week, I can join. I would be happy to take on the onslaught. That is
Yeah.
basically World
Yeah.
War One, 70 years earlier.
If it's if
The worst
It
would
was
go on
won by
where
the way,
everyone
GG
unites-
everyone.
yeah.
It is World War II already, sadly.
Yeah, so next week, same time, same players. If you can't join, we'll try and fill in the gap. If a bunch of people can't join, then we'll start a new game, I think will be the idea. But this looks really tense, and it also looks close. The scores are relatively close. If you look at the stream, you can see what the scores are here now. In this sort of situation, I'm just kind of going to put in the league points for it. So Team 1 has gotten the most nominal growth, so they get 4 league points from that, and they also have the greatest percent growth, so they get 3 league points from that. The next place for nominal GDP growth is Team 2, so they get 2 league points, and then Team 3 for 1 league point. Team 3 gets 2 league points for being second place in percentage growth, and Team 2 gets 1 league point for being third, and the tiebreak goes to the one with the most nominal growth. So we have Team 1 in first, Team 2 in second, and Team 3 in third place. Yes? Okay.
So
Are there
Team
any
1
comments
is
you
2
guys want
points
to...
ahead of us.
Huh?
Team 1 is 2 points ahead of us.
Team 1 is 3 points ahead. In terms
Is
of
it even
league
possible
points.
to win on
But
the
I
second
think
session?
in the second session, what we're going to do is we are going to continue... Well, I have to think about this. Whether or not we want to score it as an entirely new session, or whether we want to score it as a continued session. So whether you scored from the starting 96 GDP, or from this now 52 GDP. And so this will probably be something... I think it should be scored from the 36 GDP, given a play is currently engaged in Germany. But if people want to back down from this play, or maybe not do this World War play, then... Or Germany make concessions, I don't know exactly what's here. Or might be able to load before the war was declared. Do something like that. But that's the idea.
Maybe we should do that.
Okay,
That's the point,
does anyone want to engage in any crosstalk talk? Other than that, I will take 5 minutes with each team to talk with them. But did anyone want to say stuff to other teams?
As Germany, I do think I can defend for a while. It pretty much depends on whose economy collapses first, I think. It's going to be that kind of war.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an attrition war here. I think.
Yeah, the situation is Germany doesn't have shrapnel artillery, and neither does the Austria and Ottomans. So we can only defend. We can't do much else. But the thing going on for us is we have our military happy and good, and Ottomans also have the Tanzimat home defense 20%, home offense 20%. So those are the stuff that's going for us. But UK has shrapnel artillery.
UK's got some
has
other problems.
But I don't think France GDP isn't better. I don't think they can really muster.
Yeah, they can't hold out for long, but I mean, they can do some. This war will be too long. It will be like literally World War I.
It's just gonna be defense for like 20 years.
Yeah, so I think that's...
And it's gonna be on 0-0 for like 10 years.
No, this war won't take that long. Germany doesn't have a navy.
Yeah.
You don't need a navy.
I'll be in Berlin in a month. It'll be over.
So
it's not Berlin, it's Munich.
Wait.
Yes. No, in Munich.
You might be in Berlin.
Whenever I'm done
it's not
with
going to
this
help.
By the way, our team 1 knew immediately because you guys telegraphed the war so far ahead. You guys probably should have had DMs going, because we oh my god, we knew.
Yeah, when we knew.
When
one channel,
when there's 6 in one channel, yeah. All right, everyone go back to your respective channels, and I want to interview each team for about 5 minutes. You don't have to stay if you don't want to.
Communication module activation failed.
What?
Make sure you are in an area with good cellular coverage and try again. If you could...
Okay, so I am here with you guys. This is Team 1, which was Prussia, Austria, Kebab. You guys went for a draft I thought was very ambitious.
Yes, but we and NG did try out if we can actually get pan-nationalism in time. And we thought, fuck it, let's just do it. Oh, sorry.
To be honest, I thought that it was not going to work.
he was against it.
Yeah, I was so skeptical because I was like,
And then the second that they started to declare war on China, I thought for sure we were going to lose. I thought this game's over. You know, we're going to have to start doing random wars. And I started going after the Dutch and all that because I got so nervous.
I'm super bullish on the Austria-Prussia, but everyone else seems to think it wasn't as good and has performed badly in the first 2 weeks. And so I was like, I don't really know. And then you guys like pick it out the gate with like the earliest picks. You know.
To be fair, the first week, the first tournament, Prussia was alone, and I blocked them, so there was no chance they're gonna do anything.
No,
The second game, they just failed. I'm sorry to say it like that, but they just failed.
That was my impression as well, but like I was still bullish. But like when you are getting more and more feedback that something's not good, eventually you have to update your opinion. You know.
And then another thing is that I think that our team did good by just building out our GDP. I had a feeling that Team 2 and Team 3's objective was to go to war constantly with high GDP states. And I thought that was so risky. I thought that was most risky. It's probably the most chaotic game.
The game was super chaos. Everyone went to Pariah. I thought that was a mistake, and then they got shellacked.
Yeah, France got slapped, Spain got slapped.
Yeah, they got what was coming for them.
I was actually considering declaring war on Russia, just to get a truce with them, so they can't join once France and...
Yeah, I thought it was super cool how you guys had the truces. Although the game went long enough that the truces eventually got rid of, but they wouldn't have time to go to war.
Yeah, this game went way longer than the previous games.
It went way faster.
And to be honest, this is probably my favorite out of the three. I think that this one was...
because he did the best.
No, it's not that. No. It was overall just fun because everybody was just, into his throats. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. This gameplay was interesting, and I'm so happy we punished the UK ambition to take Lower Egypt from us.
I love that. When
we have a land border.
Nobody did an infamy reset either.
I tried with the revolt, but then I thought, you know what? Just let Germany annex me. So.
I told him actually to just build a shit ton of construction and just themselves, so I can because once I take over the credit, because
because if you don't know, when you have a revolt and you join the opposite side, your infamy's reset.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I think that it's risky, but I don't think there was a target on your back at that point. Okay, one last question before I go to the next team. Why didn't you guys draft Shing instead of Kebab?
I don't like playing as Shing. I played them last week.
China, honestly, China to me is most easiest nation to pick, and it's just boring. It's like, you got China. You're gonna build up 40 million. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
but with this though, you have to think, right? It's fun.
Okay.
So.
Well, the actual reason is actually that I only know how to play with Ottomans.
Yeah, he's actually quite good.
Your icon is the healthy man, so that checks out. All right, I'm gonna go to Team 2. Good game, you guys, and I will be bye-bye. All right, so we're in it. This is Team 2, which was East India Company, UK, and France. So how you guys got you had super fast expansion and then you got shellacked by the two teams.
Only France got cut down. I think that's a win.
I mean, you lost 50 million GDP. You went from like first to second.
Anyways, we had a question.
Yeah, what's the question?
So, can I, the UK, just capitulate to the revolution and then join back to play as the UK?
As the other side? No.
Yeah. No? I have to actually fight this?
Yes. Or you have to have your team help you.
Didn't the Ottomans also do a revolution like this? Anyway?
They switched sides. You can switch sides and then fight it from the other side.
That's annoying. All right.
But you can't utilize capitulation to reset it. No. The Ottomans switched. Ottomans actually didn't switch sides. They just fought their war.
Okay.
If that was the. Did you guys? What do you guys think of Great Shing not getting drafted? Because you guys didn't really have to draft Great Shing.
We didn't want to draft Shing.
That makes sense. Was it because you were afraid of getting shellacked at the beginning?
Yes.
Also makes sense. Do you feel that next time you'll try and keep the infamy low from game start, or you'll just go to 300 again?
No, I think we're going to 300.
I mean, it went well. I think it was me that did a little bit poorly on the war with the thing with Paris that was occupied.
Oh, are you talking about not moving the capital?
Well, aside from that, yeah, I think I should have moved the capital.
Yeah, we could have won that. We could have won the 6v3, but we just weren't able to push them out of Paris.
Yeah,
we pushed them out of London. Pushed them out of
you guys also
India.
got lucky that Russia didn't move their capital.
Yeah, that's true.
To be fair, because if they moved their capital, what did you guys
talking about?
Did you think you had the best draft? Chat thought you had the best draft. I thought you had the best draft.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, by the way, the war with Spain, I don't know what happened. I was on bankruptcy, I had like minus 47% on offense and defense, and I still won.
That's a little wild. So, that was for the previous. A quick question. So when you guys negotiated the peace deal where Spain did not lose territory and release Andalusia, was that because you guys were teaming up with Team 3?
Yeah, we wanted them to go in with Germany, and I didn't want to destroy them. So
that makes sense.
We needed them against Germany.
Yeah, and we didn't look very much at the trust. Yeah, trust like.
There's actually something pretty interesting that Spain could have done is they could have capitulated to the cut down to size CB before they enforced on Brazil, and then enforced on Brazil and had 0 infamy.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to do, the infamy resetting, but I don't think we ever got to.
Nobody infamy resetted, except for Austria effectively infamy resetted, just not through rev or cut down, but rather by getting annexed. And becoming Hungary. Okay.
Wait, do you want to... Oh, I had a question.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to watch the stream for the session?
Yeah.
The next
of course.
Session?
Yeah, you definitely can.
Okay.
You can see my
And did you not want to talk about Mexico?
Did I? Oh, yeah, let's talk about Mexico, because you guys, that was pulled out from under... Or you guys pulled that out from underneath Team 3, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was funny. No,
the only way we could have done that was by releasing the EIC, because we needed them to be a major power.
Oh, that makes sense.
To declare on. Yeah. That's the reason why we released them.
Yeah, because I thought releasing wasn't good, but it makes sense with the Mexico play. Yeah, the USA player was like, they're like, oh dang, I guess I had to have gone for it. But like Mexico seems like very war. If you're going really high infamy, you definitely want to go after Mexico, right? Because it's very war efficient.
If the US went into Mexico, we fully planned on just
going Shing
attacking the US. Yeah.
Oh, go attacking the US. Ugh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you guys had way stronger military at the start. Okay, I'm gonna jump in and hear from Team 3. GG, right, you guys. Hopefully we can continue this next week. We'll kind of keep the chatter up and see what things are in that front. All right. GG's, you guys.
All right.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay. So this is Team 3 for the stream, which was USA, Russia, and was it Spain?
Yeah, Spain.
Okay.
Without the S.
Why did you guys not draft Xing? I think is one of the bigger questions.
Why did we not?
Yeah.
We did not draft Qing because we saw the strength of Qing, but we also saw that we thought nobody would be dumb enough to pick Qing and be not expected to be carved up, because in the last streams it was so strong you had to do something about Qing.
Yeah. What's interesting, like in this game, is it went from, in my mind, what is likely like a first pick or a second pick to just not being picked because the carve up problem. But because the GDP growth is just out of control, so you do get carved up and you just avoid your team that hassle. But it was this entire game was super wild relative to the other two.
Yeah. Honestly, the Great Qing pick even though, looking at the numbers right now, even though Qing looks like this, they still grew 5 million, which would have been the same as Spain.
Yeah.
Well, Spain got cut bad, but
Well, I also don't think I think you can probably manage a little bit better than Qing did, or like a lot better than Qing did.
yes. So for future reference, I would say even if people do try and carve you up, I don't see it as that big of an issue.
That's kind of my assessment as well as you can probably offer stuff to people. Be like, hey, I'll give your team XYZ if you just like and get a truce with them. You know what I mean? Like you probably have to make negotiation moves with Qing to make it work, I think. Or
I agree.
Yeah.
Or like you get UA and Yunnan released, but like you can move your capital all the way into if they don't declare super early, you can move your capital pretty deep in. And then you can also decide which wars you want to try and fight and win. If you can get something like France, UK alongside Qing, you can try and fight and win wars. You guys obviously didn't have USA, Russia is probably militarily on the weaker side. So
Yeah.
the pairing is not as good for defending Qing, but I was very excited to see Spain. It's good to know that you were bankrolling USA, because I felt that your growth wasn't as big as it could have been, but it could have been a lot bigger if you focused on your own nation, you know, instead of the bankroll.
Yeah.
And US's growth was great.
Yeah, my growth was really the bankrolling was needed.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. Also, not getting all the gold states like really hurts. That you would have eventually gotten.
I was really a bit pissed off because we had the idea that okay, let's carve up Qing was our main objective, and I said okay, maybe I need to focus on Mexico first.
You guys
maybe then other. We discussed that, yeah.
Yep, and then
and it happened, and we were scared that other people might be faster in Qing than us, and we thought, yeah, okay. We even thought about I release Great Mongolian State for Russia to pick up later, and he is releasing me Yuan, so I can take Yuan after that. That's why I took these weird states here.
No, that makes a ton of sense. That's super big brain. I like that. Because Yunnan is like the biggest one, right?
Yeah,
so
and I can with it, and he can get Mongolia, and he takes Manchuria just as his treat, or he just goes for the great game, of course. And
yeah, I was like wondering why you didn't take Jiangxi over the state to the left, but the Yunnan, getting Yunnan after makes a lot of sense. Also,
yeah,
like France had already declared for Beijing and Shaanxi.
Yeah,
I think at this point.
Yeah, they had. France actually beat us, which is why we changed our mind about Mexico. They had already declared.
Yeah.
It was very fascinating. They released East India Company just because they would be able to puppet Mexico, and they said they would have fought you for it. But I'm pretty sure USA could enforce on them faster because you have the land route in.
Yeah, I don't think the land route is that much faster. I think landing is way faster.
Landing is faster, but you get to do both, and they don't.
Yeah, that's true. I would have, if I was on the same timer as them, I would have probably gotten it earlier. Yeah. But yeah, maybe it was a bad decision to go after Qing and not Mexico.
Maybe.
As US.
I thought it was diplomatically pretty aggressive. You might have been able to convince them not to do it or something if you decide to fight them early on. But I don't think you win that fight. Notably, Great Britain's probably better for taking Mexico because they have an adjacency at the start.
Yeah, that's true.
But they went after Brazil, and then their war goal got bricked.
Yeah.
But anyways, GG, you guys. I hope to see you next week, except for
Spain.
Yeah,
for me.
because you cannot. We will try and find a substitute. Yeah. Yeah, GG's. I'm gonna outro the stream, and then I'm going to just be hanging out in org after that, after I use the bathroom and stuff. But have a good one, you guys.
You too.
Alright, so that is going to be an end for the stream. Now, if you want to sign up, so it looks like we're actually going to continue this game and not have a next week game. That is newly started one, because this is very exciting, this World War situation. These teams have gotten big. In terms of balance, it looks relatively balanced. The teams, we have a 160 mil GDP team, 220 mil GDP, 150 mil GDP team. I think this is the best game so far to continue, so we're going to probably do that. Just going to check through chat and see, can they support many armies? Will Germany run shortages? I think Germany can support it. I think they're prepared for this. I think they might be able to negotiate some sort of agreement out of this as well, depending on how the scoring is. If the scoring is a tabula rasa, I think that the teams will not want to shellac Germany. If it's not, they will want to shellac Germany. I think that's what the story of next game is going to be. But I think that this session's been very interesting. You know, from the high infamy, like just wildness, to the cut down to size, to the Germany formation working. It's been very interesting. The metagame's still wide open. We didn't see any infamy resets or any regime changes, which are both strategies that I think are really good. So it's interesting to see like the tripedal balance really come into play, and it's about to come into play again, because I do think Germany, Hungary Ottomans cannot beat 6 people. And so that'll be interesting, but that'll be what we see next week. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, feel free to like, comment, subscribe so you can see more. These sorts of things. I should probably have a more complete outro. The Discord link should be below. I don't think we will be filling Spain's slot next week with probably the first person who offers. Put in "and you have my axe" in the chat to sign up for that. And also, we'll discuss the possibility of whoever is Spain letting you pick a different country if you wanted to play as Xing, for example. Maybe something like this. I'm not sure exactly yet how we'll do that. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed. Feel free to tune in next week at 9:30 PST. And other than that, have a good day. And then I'll catch up on chat after using the bathroom, at least in the typing. If I can figure out how to end the stream. There we go. End stream. See y'all later.